right, welcome to the Wyoming Water Development Commission meeting. We're going to go ahead and call it to order. A few things before we get started. The mics are live over the internet. Only 4 of them can be on at a time. They also pick up sidebar conversations pretty well, so be aware of that. Please don't move the mics. And also, if everybody could, if you haven't already, please sign in over at the door at some point. And I'm going to go ahead and call roll since we don't have a secretary. So, Nick Bettis.
Here.
Karen Bud Fallon.
Hi. Sorry.
David Evans.
Here.
Gerald Geis.
Here.
Clinton Glick. Kellen Lancaster.
Here.
Sheridan Little here. Jeanette Seekin.
Here.
Larry Suker. Rodney Wagner.
Here.
We have a quorum. Okay, we're going to go right into it. They're here too. We're going to go right. We're going to go right into selection of the 2017 watershed studies. That's what we're doing first.
So who's going to teach me all about it, guys? Should have come.
Mr. Chairman, and members of the Select Water Committee, you should have a memorandum that was requested yesterday from the work session in terms of the staff recommendation for the watershed studies that should go forward. It's a memo to myself from Jody Pring. We discussed it last night. And so from a staff perspective, we are recommending that you move forward with the Horse Creek watershed study, Beaver Creek watershed study, Grable River watershed study, and the Bitter Creek East Flaming Gorge watershed study. The budget that we are proposing for each of those is $271,000, and that is consistent with then what was the money that was appropriated in the planning bill, which was a little under $1.1 million. I will tell you that and we can have some more discussion with regards to these. We had the discussion yesterday and follow up to that, I guess I should say, of the scopes, that once the planning bill budget had been reduced for watershed studies, that the staff here then went back to those scopes of services, and we narrowed those scope of services, and at least I believe that they are specific to each conservation district. We have the project managers for these 4 here, if you would like to have some discussion of what's in those scope of services and why, we think they are tailored and specific to the districts. But that is the staff recommendation to you with regards to moving forward. The other 3 studies then would be in the queue for next year. And I would expect then that we would place those in the 2018 Omnibus Planning Bill. And Mr. Chairman, if you got any questions, I'd be happy to address those.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Fallon.
can you explain why you left out the way you did, and why did you leave out the 3 that you did?
So there is not any defined criteria to rank one over the other. When we looked at the distribution across the state, you'll see that each of those, there's one from each water division. So we're basically spreading those efforts across the state. If you look at the Grable River watershed study, that was that district had requested 2. They voluntarily stepped back on one of those. I gave them some credit for that. Horse Creek is an area that is, I guess I would say, at least in drier times, is fully appropriated. There's been some contentious water rights issues in that basin. I think that then kind of deserves a little closer look with regards to the watershed study. It's also then, we're finishing up a watershed study in the southern portion of Laramie County. This would complete basically the rest of Laramie County, because part of Laramie County is included in Horse Creek. So all of those kind of reasons were basically put into the discussion. And then at the end of the day, it was really just, I don't want to say throw a dart at the wall, but because we don't have any real well-defined criteria, those were kind of the thoughts that came into ranking then, or bringing those four forward with recommendations.
Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Bettis. Is there any benefit in waiting to do Horse Creek until that other study is done, the South Platte study is done?
Mr. Chairman, and Jody, if you want to weigh in, that's fine. My response would be no. They are separate geographic areas. And so we're looking at the current study is basically the Crow Creek drainage. And so while issues could be similar, the issues are very specific to the particular watershed. So in terms of meeting with landowners, you have a different set of landowners in Horse Creek versus Crow Creek. So I do not believe there's any synergy or in waiting to complete one before the other.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
We've got legislators here, so I would be interested in their thoughts, but I'm not sure that we are getting to what the legislators were looking for. If you look at that bill, they did cap the watershed studies at 300,000. I appreciate that. But I believe that some of what the legislators were looking at is to say, we've got to tailor these budgets more toward what the watershed study wants. I mean, it makes no sense to me that we are going to fund one watershed study exactly the same as we're funding another watershed study. The watersheds are different. Some watersheds have, some conservation districts have really good GIS data, so they don't need a ton of GIS from us. Some districts have got really good soil surveys, so that's something that we don't have to budget for. And I think that putting in this cap, exactly the same cap on every single watershed study is a total disservice. And I don't think it gets to the point of what the legislators wanted, which is less money for studies and to try to tailor these things to the individual districts. And I understand, I mean, we've sort of got a chicken and the egg kind of problem, I think, because, and I was trying to talk to Andrew, and I should have gotten here earlier to talk to a watershed study guy, and he says that they have the RFPs and, you know, and they've got their proposed budgets, but we don't get to see that prior to making a decision on which of these watershed studies we're going to do this year and which we're not. And all of the people that came to us yesterday all had compelling reasons why they wanted to do their watershed study. No, I mean, there wasn't anyone except the guy from Grable who, you know, voluntarily said, every single one of them said, we really need this. We need this now. We want to be able, we've got all sorts of reasons. We're not just doing this for small water projects. We got all sorts of really good reasons. And I'm not, I mean, I think that we got to come up, if we're going to start prioritizing these things and only fund so many watershed studies or only fund so many studies in a single year, I think we ought to do that. But I think we ought to have some sort of reasoning criteria, not just, we're going to take a dart, throw it a map, dart hits you, you get funded. And that's exactly what I feel like we're doing.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Evans.
I guess to me, we have two alternatives. We either delay this, and I'm not in favor of that unless we have a plan, or we award what the legislature has granted. I mean, our staff is saying this is approximately what these studies will cost. The RFPs will demonstrate what they may cost as the RFPs come in. And to me, there's two theories here. We either stick with the staff's recommendations as to what these things are going to cost and their recommendations as to what the priorities. Because, the legislature could have granted us double the money and we could do 14 watershed property studies or more, or they could have cut it to 0. They've done their job, which is to determine how much we get. And that means, according to the staff and the way they price these studies and their recommendations, we can do 4. And I think our job is to move watershed studies forward. So it seems to me that that's one alternative, is to approve these and have the other 3 that we aren't able to do this year, which have already been vetted, approved for next year's queue. Or if we're going to delay it, and I understand Commissioner Bud Fallon to be suggesting that, it seems to me we have to have a plan. Maybe that plan is we put all 7 out for bid, see what the bids are, and then see how far the money can go. I don't know how that works with funding and how that works with the bid climate and how many, whether we can do that legally with the appropriation we've been given. But it seems to me, if we're going to delay and not recommend these 4 projects, in my view, we have to have a plan as to how we lower these costs, which is what Commissioner Bud Fallon is saying she'd like to see, and perhaps the legislature was telling us they'd like to see. So I guess I'd like some input from Harry as to, is it a matter of hearing the RFPs first and seeing what the costs are based on the RFP, and then awarding watersheds based on that? Or we haven't done that in the past. We've made estimates and then the bids have come in. I'd like to know how we could implement what Commissioner Bud Fallon's talking about, as opposed to just getting these 4 moved down the road.
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Evans, a couple of maybe approaches in terms of the delay. One is, and here's the process that's keyed up and ready to, with decisions made today, we would go forward. And that is, we will send out a request for proposals for any project that it is authorized. Those proposals are based on a scope of services that have been developed by the project managers and Jody as the River Basin Planning Supervisor, and Barry Lawrence, the Planning Division Administrator. Those scopes of services are set. Those will go out to those companies that had expressed interest in a given project. So they will prepare a proposal. Those proposals, and we have a number of consultants, I think, in the audience, will tell you that there is a significant effort and a dollar investment in developing a proposal and coming to the interviews. I'm going to throw out a number of $10, $15, $20,000 type effort, and it's been a number of years since I've been in the consulting business. But there's an investment that those companies make, and so to take the approach of sending out requests for proposals on 7 projects when I don't believe you have funding necessary to really put 7 projects together, I think is a disservice. For ultimately, you're going to say, well, we don't have enough money for 2 of these projects, 3 of these projects. Those consultants, and there's 3 to 5 consultants on every one of these projects, multiply that times the cost, to me is not doing the industry or a service to them. So I think you really need to pick which projects and move forward. Now, Commissioner Phelan talked about developing some criteria to make the selection, to define how we're going to pick the 4 out of the 7. And we have a set of operating criteria. It doesn't provide, I think, the specifics of how you might make that kind of decision, but we can work forward and develop that. I will tell you that with regards to any operating criteria, once we get to, and we've kind of done this with rules and operating criteria last fall, the process. We meet, we discuss what should go into that criteria, what's important. We put that into a narrative, bring it back for approval. There's a 45-day comment period, and then you can take action and to adopt that criteria, and then you would have criteria that might be more specific to then select which 4 or 7. The problem I see with that is you're probably going to burn up 6 months bringing forward new criteria to make that decision. And so if I believe that there will be funding available for the other studies that aren't funded 17. So I don't know that you're accomplishing much in terms of a time fashion. And so, but those are a couple of options that you may want to consider.
Sure, follow up. It just seems to me then that what Commissioner Bud Fallon is talking about is a good idea. That can we look at the cost of these watershed studies? Do they need to be at the level of sophistication they are and cost what they are? But it seems to me that's work we have to do in the interim for the next funding cycle. I don't think there's any way we can create all that for the $1 million we have now and what we have on the table. So unless I hear differently, I think that we can go ahead and look at that, but we ought to fund the ones that we can fund that have been queued up at these costs and this year, and then look down the road at how we might change the cost of our watershed studies and the number of watershed studies, I guess.
Commissioner Lancaster.
In these areas, it appears to me that there's been farming and ranching happening there for 100 years. And Harry, has there not been any studies done previous to these? And then I have a second question as well. Go ahead.
Well, Chairman, there's been in some of these areas, I don't know the specifics to any particular area, but yes, there's been studies. NRCS, Soil Conservation Service, all of those entities have produced work that is specific to these areas. I would not characterize them as a watershed study that's looked at this area and looked at then all of the features that we put into a watershed study. And of course, anything that's been done previously, and we can have the debate if it was done last year, is it still viable? In most cases, I think yes, but there is a dating of any data or conclusions that are brought forward. There's a timing. So if something was done 30 years ago, is it still valid today? There may be parts of it that are, but I think in terms of any planning effort, back to master plans for facilities, you do a master plan and it charts your plan for the next foreseeable future, whether that's a 10-year planning horizon or 20-year planning horizon, and then it's time to refresh that. And I think this watershed study is an effort to identify issues within the watershed. That can be, is there a need for additional storage? That can be, where are we not utilizing rangeland to the full extent? Can we develop water resources that would better utilize the rangeland? Are there irrigation systems that are in need of repair that then fit into our program? All of that are bringing forward ideas and projects that under this plan, the conservation districts then have the ability to kind of chart a course with regards to management of their districts. So yes, there's previous studies, but I think I think the watershed studies are needed with regards to these areas. That's the purpose of that watershed planning process.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Fallon.
since we do have legislators here, I would be very interested in their thoughts on how we ought to handle this issue.
I'm not sure that we can technically speak because the Legislative Service Office didn't put out a public service notice. So I think, am I correct? We have to be a little cautious because we're not on public notice at this point. Is that right, Senator? Yeah.
Guys are big chickens.
If I could add one thing though, Commissioner, It was simply that you had money and we wanted it. So that's what we're down to.
So
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Blake.
I'm not a chicken, but I think they just decided to cut the money in half, and we knew we couldn't do all 7, and we decided we could do 3 or 4. And so he came up with 4, and I'd say let's move forward. It's just, we slashed the money in half, and you get what you get. Don't throw a fit.
Representative McKim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated, we weren't trying to pick, and I'm being very careful about this, but we weren't trying to pick watersheds for you, but it's simply a matter of money, of cutting the money in half. But Harry, do you have flexibility in these watersheds you have in study here? Suppose one comes in and say somebody bids at 100,000, the next one bids at 240,000. You have the ability to change the money from one watershed to the other and cover both watersheds?
Mr. Chairman, Representative McKim, yes, within the planning bill that was passed, there's flexibility to move from one study to the next. And so, I mean, I guess that is probably another course of action, that if you move forward with, say, 4 studies today, and part of those proposals that I mentioned is a cost proposal. And if the cost proposals come in less, and we find that there's available funds enough to do a 5th study, say, the commission could very well move forward. That's the statute allows that flexibility to do that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just wanted to maybe address some of Commissioner Lancaster's concerns as well. And believe me, I hear everything that everybody's saying. And as a long-term employee of the state of Wyoming, I don't want to waste any money any more than any of you do. But I also want to make sure that we give our constituents a product that is going to be usable and beneficial to them. So I would really caution on cutting these budgets any more than what we are. The thing that's going to suffer when we do that is the landowners, because the consultants need that baseline information. And if it's already in a study, we've told them, do not recreate that data. We know as project managers what is out there. And we know when you've created something and when you've gone out and gotten something that's already out there. So we've been very strict with them on that. Do not create anything that's already out there. But they've got to have that baseline information to be able to instruct their landowners on what it is that they need to do for the best management practices for their property. So they've got to go out and do that reconnaissance in the areas where they don't already have that information. So if that takes a lot of time and energy, then what's going to suffer is the watershed management task, which is where they actually go out and talk to the landowners and get to have that one-on-one conversation with them about how can we help you raise the level of your production? How can we help you make your land better? All those things that all of us like to see, those projects on the ground. So I completely hear, Commissioner Budfallen, exactly what you're saying. And trust me that I know it's hard from the other side to understand sometimes what we're doing, but believe me, we have the state's best interest in mind. And these budgets, we really have, as project managers, I think done a very good job of looking at each one of our RFPs, had very long conversations with each of our conservation districts to figure out where we can make those cuts and still not have the study suffer and still get a product that's going to be usable for our conservation districts.
Senator Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Harry, I apologize for being late, first of all, but I'm looking at the Horse Creek water study. It's had 3 studies in the last 30 years. 2 of them, one by Borchert and one by Hinckley, very, very in-depth studies. And I can't see why you would have to go and spend the money necessarily on that area where you got the lower Laramie and the Niobrara lower North Platte that may or may not have had studies to that extensive amount. In fact, frankly, I can't see any benefit hardly whatsoever to the studies in conjunction with the small water development program. It just, I really don't see the benefit to it at all. But that being said, I think that some of these areas, if they've had extensive studies in the past, there's probably something to rely on there if you think that the commission needs some background material to rely on as far as any public, and I hate to say public interest because the folks in the House might throw us out of the room, but public interest, public benefit, however the commission wants to define it.
More comments, questions?
I'd move the 4 recommended bills.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could we do these separately, please? If that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, I suppose we could.
Okay.
It's your motion.
My motion was to move all 4 of them.
Okay. Well,
Second.
But I can, if you want to move them one at a time, we can move them one at a time.
I'd like to do that if we could.
Nick wants to recuse himself on one of them, I think is the reason.
Okay, well, you're the boss.
Yeah, but it's your motion. I can't change your motion for you.
Okay. My motion, we'll do Horse Creek first.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Geis and seconded by Commissioner Evans that we approve the Horse Creek watershed study. Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Budfeld.
I am going to vote against this motion and all of these other motions. If, for example, as Senator Meyer says that there have been additional studies and additional information on Horse Creek, I would like to know that before I make a vote. I think that if we look at the RFP and see what they're doing, maybe that would help the commission provide more information on whether these should go forward. I agree with the concern that we shouldn't delay these for, years and years. I mean, I am not saying that. Give us a list on Thursday afternoon and throw a dart at the wall and on Friday morning and say, okay, pick 4, I think is a disservice. All of the watershed studies people had representative here, except the one poor lady who got stranded because of snow, and I'm not holding that against them. They were all here. They had valid reasons. I think that the commission needs to prioritize, and I am all in favor of prioritizing. I think you can't do it in less than 24 hours. And I think that right now this is incredibly arbitrary. I like those fancy lawyer words, to just say without knowing who else have had studies, what the RFPs look like, what the actual money is in the RFP. I think that we can't make an intelligent decision. And so maybe I'm the only one that feels that way, but I'm going to vote against these motions. I think we need to delay it 2 weeks or 30 days or something to get more information so that we can legitimately pick which watersheds go forward. And I realize we're not within the staff schedule, and the consultants may not like that we're holding it back, but we're not here to serve the consultants. We are here to legitimately serve the people of the state of Wyoming. And they're the interests that we ought to have in the front of our mind, which means that we make decisions based on criteria and not taking a map and throwing darts at it and picking 4 just because that happens to be where the dart hit.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Evans.
I do think we have more information on these watershed studies, and I appreciate the work the staff did last night to try to prioritize these some. And I'm sure it's not a perfect effort, but really what the legislature has told us is 3 of these studies need to be in the queue for 1 year longer. And that's unfortunate, but there's a lot of times when you have to step back in the queue because there's not enough money. So I think that I'm going to guess those 3 conservation districts would like to go forward this year, but we'll know that they'll go forward next year, I believe. And as far as the Horse Creek watershed study, if Senator Meyer's correct, there's been a number of studies that might reduce the cost of that. I think that would be reflected in the RFP, should be reflected in the RFP. And perhaps that would loosen up more money, not only in that watershed study, but maybe these others for a fifth project. So I think that will come out in the RFP and the work with the staff as that goes forward. So
That isn't going to, pardon, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bethel.
Mr. Evans, that's not going to help us for this year. If they're only going to go forward with RFPs on these 4, and then it turns out that there's additional money for a 5th one, that doesn't, I mean, that's not going to free up any money because they're not going to be in the queue to fit within the perfect staff time of when we have to get this stuff done.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Evans.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that works. I understood Harry to say that that could be workable, but hopefully it is workable.
So, Mr. Chairman, the money has been appropriated. It has, I believe, a 3-year life in the bill. I'd have to look at that. So if we go forward with these 4, total up, and a selection is made, contracts are negotiated, and then we total up the dollars for those 4 contracts, and if they come in lower, then, and there is still dollars available to do a 5th study, you could move forward with that this year. The legislation allows that flexibility. So that would be the question we would find out after completing the selection process for these 4 projects. But
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Seacon.
I apologize. It's a little hard to hear with the telephone. For some reason today, it's a little more spotty than it was yesterday. I guess did I understand correctly that if we go forward with 4 and the 3 that didn't get the look of the draw this time will automatically get approved next time, does that mean then that there'll be only 1 slot open for a watershed study next year? So we might as well, I mean, I guess I feel like Commissioner is sort of putting all of these in a bucket and, drawing with no rationale. I guess I didn't hear all of the legislators' comment, but was their intent to say that this is really going to be, we're going to put everybody in a hopper and whoever gets picked wins? I can't. Is this really the intent that the legislature, did they want us to look at these things? If Horse Creek, what they need is $100,000, why can't our RFP say that? And if the other is $300,000, then why can't the RFP say that? I guess I'm still pretty confused.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think, first of all, with regards to the, say, 4 are funded today and 3 remain, the Senate File 56 places then, or gives the 3 that are not funded today a priority in the next consideration, next year's bill. That's a priority. It doesn't at all preclude additional watershed studies coming forward that the commission would consider in November. However, I think the legislature has said we're not inclined to fund 7 watershed studies at one time at a price of $2.2 million. So that's something the commission will have to take into consideration in the future. To the issue of, can we do one of these for $100,000? The staff recommendation is that the budget that we have proposed now is $271,000 for each of these studies. That is the staff recommendation for these. I would defer or let the consultants bring forward their cost proposals. And if they feel they can do one for $100,000, that is something the commission will consider in selecting consultants. But after the staff has gone through these scope of services, we've met with the conservation districts, we have defined what we believe is needed in the scopes, and we believe that it's that we can do these studies for $271,000. So I would defer to the consultants now based on the established scope. What is that worth? And then the commission will have a chance to review those as part of the evaluation of proposals.
Any more discussion? We have a motion and a second on the
Mr. Chairman,
floor. Commissioner Wagner.
hearing what Senator Meyer said about Horse Creek and all the information, maybe we should strike Horse Creek from these studies and move another one in there, and then we could look at Horse Creek next year with some other studies.
Second.
That's not, the motion we've got on the floor is Senator Geis, or Commissioner Geis's, excuse me.
Whatever.
See, I told you I was gonna do it. So, do we have a call for question on that, and we can either vote that
Call
up
for
or
the
down?
question, up
Okay.
or down?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
No.
No.
Let's do a hand vote. All those
Okay,
in
so
favor.
this is for
This is for
approving Horse Creek.
Creek.
Okay, this is approving Horse Creek.
Okay, those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, those opposed, same.
I can't raise my hand, but I'm in the opposed category.
Okay, well, motion failed then.
Now we're on the next one.
Okay,
Beaver Creek's the next motion. I move Beaver Creek.
okay, moved.
Second.
Watershed.
Moved by Commissioner Guy, seconded by Commissioner Evans that we approve Beaver Creek watershed study. Any discussion on that motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried.
That one passes. I move Grable River Watershed Study.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we approve the Grable River watershed study. Any discussion on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
I move Bitter Creek East Flaming Gorge Watershed Study.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Geis and seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we approve the Bitter Creek East Flaming Gorge watershed study. Any discussion on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Aye. Sorry.
I want to abstain.
Okay.
I think there was 2 noes and a abstention.
Okay. Motion carried with 1 abstention. Okay, that gives us 3. Do we want to add another one in from that area or quit at 3? Harry.
Mr. Chairman, if you're looking for a staff recommendation, I would recommend the Niobrara Lower North Platte.
I would move that.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, been moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we approve the Niobrara Lower North Platte watershed study. All those in favor is there any discussion on the motion?
Harry, which one does that fall under here? I made a note on it yesterday. Is it E? Oh, I got it. It's on I.
H.
H and I.
H.
Oh, thank you. I got it.
Any other discussion on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Aye.
That's 3 no's. Okay, motion carried.
That take care of that.
All right. Moving on.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on just a little bit, I guess I agree with some of the comments that Karen made as well as Dave. I've never been a fan of this straight dollar amount for almost anything we do. We do the same thing with level 1 studies. They're all $100,000. And that's number one. Number two, I think if we need more time to evaluate things and make a recommendation, we should take it. This strict adherence to the schedule, I think, applies to a lot of projects, but I think some of them it doesn't. And it seems like at times we don't get enough information. And if we do get the information, it almost seems like you feel like you're too late to affect anything. So I guess having said that, I think there's some work that we need to do, particularly in these watershed things, based on what not only the legislature did, but there are some evolving things, some things that evolve around that, including small water study, small water project program, and those kind of things. And I think we need to take a look at those things. But I am not a person that, just because we have a schedule, you may have from time to time somebody that applies for a project and we don't have enough information, or we need a little bit more time. I don't feel bad about telling them, hey, you're in the queue, we need more time, you may have to wait till next year. I'm okay with that kind of stuff. But I do believe that there are times, and a lot of times that I've noticed, we get this stuff and within a couple of days, we're trying to digest it all. And then we find out some other things as we move along. And I understand from a staff standpoint, this is a lot of stuff to get together that we get. But I just think we need to do a better job vetting this stuff and supplying that information. And if we can't make a deadline, I don't feel bad about saying we can't. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's something that we need to maybe put on the docket for the next meeting and deciding how we're going to handle these watershed things in the future, as well as some of these other things. So that's my comment.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, number one priority for the joint agricultural public lands and water committee, we've met with. You need to talk in the mic. I can't hear you. Mr. Chairman, just for edification for members of the committee, yesterday management council. File name. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I believe Senator Geis is out of order. Mr. Chairman, the joint committee met, management council, the number one priority that came out of the joint interim topics for the Ag Public Land Water Committee was to look at some of the structural issues within the water development program, exactly as Commissioner Budd and Commissioner Bess was talking about. Management of council assigned that to the select water committee to look at as an interim topic. I think it's spot on as to what this discussion that you're having here this morning is. We look forward to working with the commission on that restructuring of some of those programs and having a further and more in-depth discussion along those lines. But it is something that Select Water Committee will be looking at.
That will move on to small water projects program funding applications.
Chairman, under tab M in your notebooks, this should be the same for the select water notebooks. You will see two spreadsheets to start with. The spreadsheet for the first one is for small water projects. It's an entire listing of all the applications that were received. And I'm going to let Jody walk you through this. Account 2, then there's a spreadsheet, the next one. I want it, and then what follows there are then a description for each of the projects and a recommendation. You requested yesterday an accounting of applications or funding that's been provided to the various districts over the last 3 years, and that's a sheet that I handed out this morning. So it's a one-pager. It looks like this. If you don't have it, let me know. I will give you a copy of that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jody to walk you through the applications.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as Harry pointed out, you have the spreadsheets there in front of you. I'd like you to turn to a page under the tab M. It's the project agreement. So this is just a typical project agreement that goes with all of the applications that come in. So this is a template. They're all pretty standard. That, like I said, that goes out with those projects once they are approved by all of you. You'll see a map that looks quite similar to the one you saw this morning. However, it doesn't have our new watershed studies on here because, of course, these applications are based on watershed studies that have been completed. And so and then another thing I would like to point out, we've divvied these up by conservation district. So if you see the first one is the Laramie Rivers Conservation District, there's a map in there for that shows where those projects are by the red dot. And then if you turn the page for each of the projects that are in that district, there is a recommendation. And I would like to call out some specifics on each of those recommendations that I would like you to look at and review. We won't go through each of these in the essence of trying to take some time, keep it to a normal time. But you'll see the project name, of course, who the sponsor is, what the total estimated project cost is, what the requested grant is. You'll see a little description of what the project is all about, and what the public benefit of that project is, and then just some staff evaluations on that project. So that is done for each.
For select water, that's tab H.
Oh.
Thanks, Katie.
What's
So
that?
For select water notebooks, it's tab H. For water development
Oh.
commission, it's tab M.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, I am in the right.
apologize for the confusion. So this is the same format for each of these projects. So if you'll turn back to the spreadsheets that were in the very front of the tab, I'm going to use that as our guide today to go through each one of these projects. We do have the sponsors here to talk about those projects if you do have any questions of them. So I'll just start down the list. So Laramie Rivers Conservation District is the Church's Small Water Project. It came under the Upper Laramie Laramie River Watershed Study. It's a priority 3. The total project cost is $56,980. The WWDC grant is $28,490. And it's a pipeline and conveyance system, and they have one project this year for that total of $28,490.
Mr. Chairman, can you refresh my memory on if it's less than the 135,000, then we're paying half of that cost? I mean, I guess I'm having a hard time figuring out. I guess refresh my memories. What I'm asking about.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, so a small water project is defined as a water development project with a total value of less $135,000 or less. That qualifies it as a small water project. The funding assistance that is provided through water development is a 50% grant, not to exceed $35,000. Okay.
And do we have anyone here from the Laramie Rivers? So if you want to come up and introduce yourself and.
Martin Curry with Laramie River Conservation District.
So any questions for Mr. Curry?
Any questions?
Commissioner Lancaster.
Give me a quick description of what you're doing here. Culinary water, what is it? Pipeline?
It's a livestock pipeline system that the particular property, they don't have developed livestock water. They do have a reservoir that they currently currently are using that has a tendency to get a little high in salinity, and they're having some disease issues on that water. So we're going to pull water from the headquarters out into these upland ranges where they don't have any existing water to provide clean quality water for their livestock.
Users or landowners.
Any other questions?
All right, we'll move on down the list to the Lincoln Conservation District. They've got 2 projects under account 1, Mill Creek Well and Trough, Roberts River Watershed Study. It's a priority 1. $121,380 is the total project cost. $35,000 is the grant, and it's a well. The second project is a trough at Calf Pen. That's also Roberts under the Bear River Watershed Study. It's a priority 3. Total cost, $23,215. WWDC grant, $11,607. And it's pipeline and conveyance. So that gives a total of 2 projects for that district of $46,607. And we do not have a representative from Lincoln Conservation District here, but I'd be happy to attempt to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Everybody on these 2 projects.
We'll move on to the Little Snake River Conservation District. I'll start with account 1. Well, if I've got my togethers together enough this morning, I'll try to do them alphabetically because that's how they've done. I'll have to recite my ABCs here. So we'll start with the BLM Reservoir Reconstruction 2017. That would be on the spreadsheet for account 2. Snake Vermilion Creek Watershed Study. It's a priority 2. The total project cost is $70,000. The grant is $35,000, and that's a small reservoir. I'll jump to account 1 spreadsheet, so I'm doing these again as you can follow them through the notebook. The Bonnie Pasture Water Well. Again, Little Snake Vermilion Creek Watershed Study, priority 1. $60,000 total project cost, $30,000 for the grant, and that is a well. We'll move down to the next one, Cub Dutch Joe Pipeline, same watershed study, priority 3, $45,000 project cost, $22,500 grant, and that's a pipeline and conveyance system. We'll jump over to account 2 spreadsheet, the Corson Buried Irrigation Pipeline and Division Box. That's a priority 4. Total project cost $9,500. WWDC grant $4,750, and that's an irrigation project. The Little Snake Savory Creek headgate and head wall replacement, the one right below it, priority 4, $22,000, $11,000 grant. That's an irrigation project. The Little Savory State Lands Stock Pond, that's a priority 2, $20,000 total, $10,000 grant. That's a small reservoir.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Phone.
You said one of them was a priority 4. Which one? Because that's not what's showing on the sheet.
Second page.
On the,
Jumping between sheets.
Open sheet.
Yeah, I'm making this real confusing. I'm jumping between sheets here.
oh,
Maybe I shouldn't do that.
I've got a question. There's a number of these that say state lands on them. Are those Wyoming state lands that are leased by a private entity, and we're then giving money to make improvements on that? Is that what that is? Because there's a couple of others that are back here.
Which sheet are you looking at?
I don't. Little Savory State Land Stock Pond, McAllister State Land Stock Pond, and then there's another on the following sheet. There's state land irrigation improvements in Teton County. I guess my question is that if those are leased, do we have to do any interfacing with the state lands to do that? And I'm not going to get into the value of the lease and all that other kind of stuff, but I guess, do we have to notify them when they do this, or is that the lessee's responsibility?
So, Mr. Chairman, the funding assistance we're providing is to the conservation district that then works with in this case, the lessee. And they would have a lease with the state lands for grazing purposes. The improvements will be made by the lessee, and so the responsibility of notification would be by the lessee to state lands.
And Mr. Chairman, we do require that as part of the process, that they have to show that they have either contacted the federal government that's involved, if it's the BLM or the Forest Service, or state lands. We require a letter that says that they have been contacted about this project and are aware of it, and that it's okay for the landowner or the leasee to move forward with the project. All right, I may have lost my place here. All right, I believe we were on the McAllister State Lands Stock Ponds on the spreadsheet for account 1. That is a priority 2. Total project cost of $40,000. Grant $20,000. That's a small reservoir. The one right below it, Monument Pasture Water Well 2017. Priority 1, $70,000 total project cost. A grant. That's a well. Muddy Mountain Well Pipeline, priority 3, $70,000 total project cost, $35,000 grant. It's a pipeline and conveyance. Niger Creek Pond, priority 2, $50,000 project cost, $25,000 grant. That's a small reservoir. I'm going to jump back over to account 2, the old Steve Adams diversion. Priority number 4, $82,000 total project cost, $35,000 grant. That's an irrigation project. I'll jump back to account 1 spreadsheet. The Perulis R. Weber Stockwater Pond and Pit. Priority 2, $18,000 project total cost, $9,000 grant, small reservoir. The Purple Sage Flat Top Water Well. Priority number 1, $60,000 total project cost, $30,000 grant. That's a well. I'll jump back over to account 2. Purple Sage Ranch Bank Stabilization Project. Now this one is listed as a priority 5. However, it is shovel ready, which per the project criteria pushes it up to a priority 1. $108,000 total project cost, $35,000 grant. That's environmental project. We'll go back down to account 1 spreadsheet. Red Wash Stock / Wetland Pond number 9. That's a priority number 2. $16,000 total project cost, $8,000 grant. That's a wetland development. Red Wash Wetland Pond number 8. Priority number 2. $130,000 total cost, $35,000 grant. That's wetland development. Red Wash Wetland Pond number 7 and Stockwater Pit. Priority number 2, $134,000 total project cost, $35,000 grant. Wetland development. Red Wash Wetlands Conveyance Irrigation Improvements and Enlargement. Priority number 3, $22,000 total project cost, $11,000 grant. That's a pipeline and conveyance system. And the Sheehan Ranch Pipeline, priority number 3, $70,000 total project cost, $35,000 grant. That's a pipeline and conveyance. And as you'll see, there needs to be a correction on the spreadsheet for account 1. It should be 14 total projects for a cost of $340,500 for account 1. For account 2, it's 5 projects for a total of $120,750. And we do have some representatives here from the Little Snake River Conservation District.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could you just say the totals again, please?
Yes, they are there listed on the spreadsheet over on the far right-hand side. So you'll see on account 1, 14 projects $340,500. Account 2, 5 projects, $120,750.
Thank you.
Mark Blakely with the Conservation District.
Don Arnell.
Questions?
Chair,
Lancaster.
you have an amazing amount of things going on in your district. Is this historically the same as, and is the future looking like this too?
We hope.
You have the biggest area and biggest population, most agriculture. Tell me a little more about
Most area as in,
it. Geographical.
That's a tough one to answer, but I don't think so.
Very
Probably.
aggressive. Doing a good job, I guess.
so we're a smaller district in Carbon County. We don't have the biggest district in Carbon County. We just have a lot of landowners who are interested in small water development.
The questions?
I've got a general question, and I'm not sure it's for you guys or for Harry, but when we do this wetlands development and we put forth this money and either the district through private money and or grant money, we create these wetlands. How does that interface with the Army Corps of Engineers stuff, where you have to keep those things as wetlands in perpetuity? In other words, and I see you're doing that on several of these level 2 projects you've got through the Little Snake River Conservation District. So the landowner there knows then that he's got to keep those in perpetuity. And is there anything that has to go on with the state engineer there? I mean, Army Corps of Engineers, excuse me.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me take a crack at that, and then Mark, if you want to, because you deal with the Corps of Engineers more than we do, but for many of these facilities, a Corps of Engineers permit is required in order to construct the project. And so that's, the Corps will interface at that point in time with the sponsor. Beyond that, it is a man-made wetland. And I don't believe that the Corps of Engineers then requires it be kept in perpetuity. That, in terms of man-made, and that they make that distinction. And Mark, your
I
experience.
think he's correct, unless you actually include that wetland as a
Need
credit.
to get down closer to the mic.
I think what Harry's told you is correct, that there's no perpetuity from the Corps of Engineers unless you actually apply as a credit. They remain as a natural wetland, subject to alteration over time. We do carry a water right on those for stock watering purposes, so we do maintain them for that purpose, and then the wetland features fall in place by just maintaining the water source.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
are all these projects for separate landowners, or are some of them for the same landowner applying for a whole bunch of different projects?
Most of them are different landowners.
Which ones are the same?
BLM.
Mr. Chairman, but BLM isn't applying for these projects.
They're going through us, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, which one of these are BLM applicant projects?
They say BLM in the name. So like BLM Reservoir Reconstruction 2017 would be a BLM application. I don't know. They are designated, if they are BLM with BLM, it says BLM in the name.
And BLM has trees.
Yeah, so there is only one this time with BLM.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner.
I guess maybe in my 4 years, I had no idea that we were giving money to the BLM to reconstruct anything. That actually bothers me quite a bit, considering it's the federal government and they actually do have more money than the state of Wyoming.
Has that ever happened before?
Yes, we've had applications with BLM and their permittees. So their permittees are working with the BLM through us to get the application and the project done. And we have had these in the past.
So Mr. Chairman, the underlying beneficiary is the grazing lessee on federal land. So if you look at that project, BLM Reservoir Reconstruction, that's a stock water use. And that's, and we, potentially the Forest Service could be involved as well, but it is the grazing lessee that's the ultimate beneficiary. Now, are there wildlife benefits? Part of the public benefits balance that we have to have on small water projects, but ultimately it's the grazing lessee that's the beneficiary.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Fallon.
All right, that makes sense to me. It's just the way you explained it. Kind of bothered me.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, and I'll just speak loudly. Your own criteria for the small water program has a provision in it that says if approved by a federal land management agency. So I'm a little shocked that you weren't aware that the federal land management agencies were participating in the program when the criteria actually says that.
Senator Hicks, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
I will ignore the tone. Let me ask you about all these red wash projects. Are those all for different landowners?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay, it was just a question. I was just trying to.
Yeah, I wish I had a list in front of me, but yes, they're distributed amongst several landowners.
Okay.
Further questions? Representative
Can I
Blake.
ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
You certainly may.
Yep. Thank you. When was the watershed study done for Little Snake region, I guess, that gave you this priority list? And then another question is, would you say the watershed study has helped you immensely in prioritizing these projects?
Watershed study, I believe, was completed
Jody's looking it up real quick.
about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I think initially, a lot of the projects in that watershed study have been addressed. We've probably gone beyond some of the initial identified needs. No doubt we've gone beyond the initial identified needs in that watershed study.
It's 2013.
Okay, 2013. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, I had to go through the ABCs real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we'll go on to the Medicine Bow Conservation District on the summary sheet for account 2. Again, I'm attempting to go in alphabetical order as they appear in the notebook. So we've got the 7E Ranch Diversion number 1 and 2. That came underneath the Medicine Bow River Watershed Study. That's a priority 4. Total project cost of $55,000. WWDC grant, $27,500. And that's an irrigation project. That's the only project they have this year. So of course it's $27,500 for the total. And we do have representatives here if you would like to ask them any questions this morning.
Chairman, Commissioners, I'm Joan McGraw from the Medicine Bow Conservation District. I would like to make a comment on this. I realize it's a priority 4. When we submitted the grant, we weren't quite shovel ready, but I received news yesterday that I believe we do have all the permits and everything that was required of us. And I have not submitted them to the WDC yet, but they will be in for their final approval. So we're hoping that it is shovel ready now. Are there any questions?
Questions for the sponsor? Questions? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative McKim.
Yes, if you see the representatives leaving, it's because we gavelled at 9:30 today. Okay, so we'll filter out. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Right, I'll run through this quickly. As the Millwood Watershed Improvement District is the next one that we'll look at on the summary sheet for account number 1. The Mascaro number 2 well, that came under the Millwood Watershed Study. That's a priority number 1. $134,000 total project cost, $35,000 grant, and that's a well. And yes, we do have a representative if any questions need to be asked.
Rank, file, serial number is.
I'm John Joyce. I'm the chairman of the Millwood Watershed Improvement District. Thank you very much for considering our project and wading through all the projects. Be happy to answer any questions you might have. This is a ranch farm operation in the 10 Sleep area. They've got one well that they drilled in the same formation. The water quality was good and the pressure was good, but the volume wasn't good. So they're asking to drill another well to supplement the one that they have. They'll use it for irrigation and stock water. That'll reduce the amount of water they remove surface water out of the Millwood watershed system. And it also keeps them from having to chop water holes in the winter in the Millwood to water their livestock. You lose quite a few cows through the ice that way.
Questions? Sponsor.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to the Saratoga Encampment Rollins Conservation District. They have one project in account 1 and one in account 2. So we'll begin with account 1. The Bull Springs Water Development, that's under the Upper North Platte Watershed Study. That's a priority number 1, $32,000 total project cost, $16,000 grant, and that's a spring. They also have a project under account 2, the Leo Reservoir Reconstruction. Priority number 2, total project cost $30,000, grant of $15,000, and that's a small reservoir. So you've got one under account 1 for $15,000 and one under account 2 for $16,000. And we do have a representative from that conservation district here today as well.
Garrett Panel with the Saratoga and Kent Rollins Conservation District. I'm a resource specialist and I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Questions? Sir?
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the Sublette County Conservation District. We'll start with account 1. And it was pointed out the little icon that you're seeing on the side is a shovel to indicate that those projects are shovel ready.
Took me a week to figure out what they were.
That's Jody Pavlika's way of showing that. So we wanted to that's how we call those out. So we'll start with account 1, the Badlands West Spring. That comes under the Upper Green River Watershed Study. It's a priority number 1. Total project cost of $45,000. The grant is $22,500, and that's a spring. The Bald Mountain Spring, the Upper Green River again, water priority 1, $45,000 total project cost, $22,500 grant, again a spring. The Mountain Home Spring, priority number 1, $85,000 total project cost, grant of $35,000, again a spring. Tanner Hill Spring, priority 1, $45,000 total project cost, $22,500, categorized as a spring. And then under account 2, the Soap Hole Ditch, priority number 4, $60,000 total project cost, $30,000 grant, and that's for irrigation. And I do believe we have a representative here from Sublette County Conservation District.
Chairman Michael Henry, Sublette County Conservation District. I do have a couple updates since application. We were able to secure the rest of the cost share funding for the Soap Holes Ditch, so that will move forward with hopefully with construction fall of 2017. So should find out today on the Mountain Home Spring if we secure the other part of the cost share to make that project go on the ground, either fall of this year or fall of next year.
Questions? Lancaster.
These springs developed for culinary, for cattle, for
Chairman, Commissioner Lancaster, the three, the Tanner Hill, the Badlands, and Bald Mountain are all from some conservation planning, some outcomes from some conservation planning we worked with a producer on, and they are livestock development springs, but the pastures that they are in are crucial winter range for elk, as well as migration corridors for mule deer and summer range for antelope. So it has a large benefit to wildlife as well as livestock. The Mountain Home Spring is for livestock as well. It's in a common BLM allotment that has state, private, and BLM property within the allotment, about 135,000 acre allotment. And it's for livestock as well, but it also is in that same vicinity as the other three, so it also benefits the same wildlife populations.
Commissioner Bettis.
You talked about this cost sharing and you had the different entities in this allotment you were talking about. As far as the remainder of the project funding, who provides that?
Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, it varies by project. The district and my board of supervisors, we strive to drum up as much funding as we can. So we look to NGO organizations. Some of it's paid for by the landowners. If it's on private land, if we develop like the Mountain Home Springs on a parcel of BLM just below private property in holding, we try to get we're trying to secure some 8100 funding, which is BLM range improvement funding that comes from the rent they pay for their grazing permits on the lease. So we try to spread it out so we can maximize everybody's dollar.
Thank you. More questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we'll move to the Teton Conservation District. So they've got 2 projects under account 1 and 2 projects under account 2. I'll address the account 1 projects first. Under account 1, we have the Lower Snake River Ranch State Land Stock Pond that came under the recently completed Upper Snake River Watershed Study. Priority number 2, total project cost is $32,147. The grant is $16,073, and that's a small reservoir. The second one is the Munger Mountain Pasture Stock Tanks. It's a priority number 3. Total project cost of $55,180. The grant is $27,590. That's pipeline and conveyance. Then under account 2, the state land irrigation improvements. Priority number 4, total project cost of $20,422. Grant $10,211. That's an irrigation project. And the Trail Creek Water Control Structure Replacement. Priority 4, total project cost of $82,165 for a grant of $35,000, which gives a total under that account for the 2 projects of $45,211, and a total cost under account 1 for $43,663. And we do have a representative from the Teton Conservation District here today.
Good morning. I'm Tom Sigerstrom, I'm the Executive Director for the Teton Conservation District. If I may, we're the new kids on the block. Just finished level 1 this last fall for us. The benefits for us is that many of these landowners, as you know, Teton County is a little different, but the economic agriculture is very thin, and there's also all kinds of temptations for development. And investing into infrastructure becomes a real struggle. The state money that becomes available allows us to go to them and say, you know, we can make this worth your while to improve this infrastructure and stay in agriculture. And it can tip the scale. You're at an administrative level, you haven't been to these sites. Try to give you a little assurance that our elected supervisors have been to these sites, and each one of these applications, our district is also throwing in funding for them. I'm happy to answer any questions about them.
Sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Commissioner Betta brought up the state land section. In this case, the leasee has been in touch with the state land board about these projects and the subsequent water right that will result from it. And if I may, again, one of these is a very young agriculturalist who's reinvigorating their ranch. And he has worked with NRCS and our conservation district on his private lands. And now he's working upstream onto the Forest Service land where he needs this head gate to be more manageable for him. And NRCS is involved in that one as well. So there's cost shares on that. Sorry to take your time.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the last project that we have is on account 2 summary sheet. It's for the Uinta County Conservation District. That's the Loam Stock Reservoir Rehabilitation. That again is under the Bear River Watershed Study, which was just recently completed. It's a priority number 2. The total project cost is $134,368. The grant is $35,000, and that's a small reservoir. This is the only project they have this year, so their total is $35,000. And we do not have a representative here. There's been some family emergencies in that district, so I would be happy to answer any questions you may have concerning this project.
Jody on this project.
I don't have a specific question. I guess I've got a couple of comments and things that, since we're nearing the end here, I think when you look at this interim study that Senator Hicks talked about, and when you look at some of the bills that came up, some of which I thought were not very good, some of them were good. There were good and bad parts to all of them. But I guess one of the things that came to mind is when we build these small reservoirs, and do we have any way of 5 or 10 years down the line seeing whether they got washed out or whether they've been repaired, or do they come back and do it? Because I think that's something that we probably need to look at a little bit when we redo this small water project total thing, and how, or if it even has to relate to a watershed study. But well, that's enough said.
So, Mr. Chairman, to kind of wrap up Jody's presentation on account, if you look at the account 1 spreadsheet at the very bottom, available in the new water development or new development account, $803,606. That is what is available. The total projects that have been presented to you for account 1, 2017 request, total $612,760. So there would be a remaining balance in that account of over $190,000. And then the same for account 2 at the very bottom, you see the financial status available, $517,268. And the total request being presented, $273,461. And staff would recommend all of the projects that have been presented to you.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Seekin, go ahead.
I just have a quick question. I see that additional projects, the sponsor told us they're now shovel ready. So of all these projects, if I'm adding up, I think my sheet is a little off from the one that everyone else was looking at. So we have maybe 5 projects out of all of these that are shovel ready. Can you give me just a quick whether most of these are almost shovel-ready, or are some of these projects starting from square one, or is the gap from shovel-ready to square one all over the map on the rest of these? Just anybody to get a side rule out, just kind of in general, are most of these close to being shovel-ready?
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I think the spreadsheet too is, as was mentioned by a couple of the sponsors, we have four on the spreadsheets that show that they're shovel ready, but there are additional 2. The Teton Conservation District has one. I believe it's the state land irrigation improvements. They were just waiting for a letter from state land to go ahead and proceed. That one is shovel ready. And then of course, the one from the Medicine Bow Conservation District, that one is also shovel ready. I apologize. I'm filling in for Jody Pavlika. So I was not intimately involved in looking through the applications, but I would say with some confidence that most of these projects are ready to go. We do require quite a bit of the sponsor to assure that these projects are headed down the correct path so they don't veer off. And a lot of these projects have matching funding, so that needs to get encumbered right away. So they're not going to want to tarry on these projects. So as I said, I would be pretty confident in saying most of these projects are pretty close to being able to hit the ground running.
Any other questions?
I'd move
Move to approve
to approve all the projects.
Okay.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by Commissioner Geis and seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we approve all of the requests for projects for small water projects program. Any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
So if I'm reading these spreadsheets right, our practice has always been save half of the budget for the next year, because we obviously don't know what's coming in the next year. But if I'm reading this spreadsheet right, we've got 800,000 available for the biennium. Am I reading this right? And we're going to spend 600,000 this year, which means that we only have 200,000 left for next year for the small water projects that come in.
Mr. Chairman, the funding for this program does not operate on a biennium cycle. And so the dollars are appropriated to the commission for these purposes. We place those in a separate account, or it's accounted for separately, and we spend those down. And so every year in November, you will see a review of those accounts. And so last November, if you recall, we felt the funding in these 2 funds, account 1 and 2, were adequate going forward for this year. If you approve all of these projects as the motion indicates, then I would anticipate that you will have a request before you in November to seek additional small water project funding for both account 1 and probably account 2. So it is not that you only should spend half. That's only the large project program. Because we can supplement this funding every year, make the request to the legislature for additional funding.
So in that light, Harry, with the $6 million that's going to go to the state engineer out of account 1, and I think the comment was made that could affect some of the studies going on. Do you still anticipate that funding into this small water project will continue at the rate it has before, based on your recommendations and what you see?
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's premature for me to comment on that. Certainly, this is a priority, but I can't make that determination until we have received all of the applications for the other programs. And so, yes, there's $6 million. There's going to be $6 million less going forward every year. But until I see what the requests are for new planning projects, new construction projects, I can't comment as to whether we might seek more or addition or how much more at this point in time.
Any more questions, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Meyer.
You know, just
the way things work this year and the way I think they're gonna work next year in the budget process, if I were you guys, I would spend every dime and obligate every dime you can, because your pockets are gonna get picked again. And I think they're gonna get picked again and again and again till there's nothing left. And I think they're gonna reach out there and pick every under the cap severance tax stream that they can possibly get away with. And that's just my look at what'll probably happen. And you know, we're billion plus short on education. You know, when you throw in some things like major maintenance and other stuff, we're a couple $100 million short on the regular budget. This is a big target, and Jerry can tell you that it's always been a big target. When we've rated it back in the 90s, and we were just starting to get that paid off, and they rated it again. You know, so get your priorities, get them lined up, get done what you can get done, because times are tough. That's just my comment. And I don't know, Ogden's on appropriations. He could probably tell you too that it's probably not too much different from what I just told you.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Senator Hicks.
It's probably better.
We can't hear you.
The Senate is gonna convene at 10 o'clock, so we're gonna have to leave at this point in time.
Chairman, question for
Go ahead.
now that we've approved 19 of your projects, will your tirade kind of end toward water development?
Now, let's not get personal, boys and girls.
I mean, I've always gotten along with Senator Hicks, but you know, kind of been a little snarky with us today.
Jody, job well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jody. Okay. Oh, well.
We're gonna take a
So we take a break right now since the Senate's leaving. Let's do it. Take a 10-minute break.
The reason I made that motion, I know-
Couldn't help myself, sorry.
I'll send you.
Pretty sparse in here. Thank you. Why? Tell him.
Maybe I should have waited until Harry got here. I don't know where he's at.
I'll be here in a minute.
We can't do this meeting without Harry.
So we could
I
send,
saw him head up the
Hey.
stairs like he was.
hey, we could send
trapped.
Dave over there to run that and we could run this meeting.
We'll wait.
It's okay.
I don't know if we, oh yeah, we have a quorum.
We'll be okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we've got a number of amendments, and those that deal with reservoirs, Jason is going to handle. So the first one is the Graybull Valley Irrigation District Storage Enlargement, Phase 2. So, Jason?
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Is that under a tab or anything?
MC.
So just as a reminder, you guys did consider these projects back in November. The Graybull Valley Irrigation District Enlargement Level 2 Amendment 1, the appropriation associated with that was part of the omnibus planning bill. Also, as part of that recommendation in November, when we have a consultant that has done a good job on the phase 1, we'd like to stick with that same consultant. One, for project continuity, they've developed relationships with the sponsor at that point. It's a little bit more streamlined in the beginning, so we don't have to bring anybody else up to speed, so we don't have to do background review and things like that. And we've found that it speeds up the process by about 6 months rather than going back and hiring another consultant. This would be to amend in phase 2 work into the GVID project. And it would consist of looking at the Lower Sunshine Reservoir, which has came out of the phase 1 as a preferred alternative. We'd look further into hydrologic refinement, complete environmental field work, geotechnical investigation in the field, topographic survey, conceptual design, and then continue to work with the sponsor on this project. So with that, I would ask if there are any questions on this particular project. To mention, I should say, that it results in a budget increase of $498,000 and extends the contract expiration date from June 30th, 2017 to June 30th, 2020. Questions on this project? Jason? Okay, move on.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the next amendment is the Hart Mountain Canal Rehabilitation Level 2 Study, Amendment Number 1. And it is also under tab MC, but if you look for the first blue sheet, we'll have a memo to myself from Dave Meyer, our project manager. Has everybody found that sheet? Okay. So this amendment is a little different than what we've encountered in the past. And so Hart Mountain receives all of its water through its main canal, and that main canal flows through, I guess I'll say, some geology that is prone for subsidence or sinkholes, and that canal is lined. It's a concrete lining. And that lining, I don't know the exact age, but it is a Bureau of Reclamation project. It is original design concrete lining. And so when a leak starts to happen, it gets into that geology, creates a sinkhole, and will collapse or it'll start to settle. And they have made extensive repairs to this system over the years. The purpose of our level 2 feasibility study was to look at what is the proper way to proceed with replacing that, because the lining is really in need of repair. If you look at the pictures of it, it's full of cracks where they've gone in and sealed cracks or replaced panels, as the case may be. So the point of the level 2 study was to look at those options, and that study was actually completed last July. It looked at a number of alternatives, including replacing the existing trapezoidal section. It included an alternative to look at piping that section, and it looked at either round conduits or a box culvert alternative as well. So the report is complete. It's been accepted, as complete. What has happened at the district, they have been through a couple of district managers, and they've recently retained an individual who has a pretty unique skill set. His background is construction. And so he got involved really right at the end of when the study was being produced. And he's raised some questions, and he also wants to explore some other options. His thought is that potentially there could be some cost savings if a rectangular structural concrete section is looked at. So we looked at the box culvert alternative, which has a lid on it, but he feels that there's the potential for cost savings if we go to, and I say structural, so vertical walls, flat floor. He's also raised some questions with regards to the cost estimating, because this section of canal is accessed through a county road that is not necessarily open for access. So he wants to make sure that in going forward with this project that the cost estimate is in fact adequate with regards to access. And so just to give you a sense, the cost of the box culvert is a $7 or $8 million project. He feels potentially that this open channel structural concrete section has the advantage or potential to reduce the cost of that project. And because of his construction background, he is considering doing potentially a materials only grant where he would use his crews with his supervision to construct this project. And it would be multiple years, quite frankly, if we proceed with that. So in meeting with him, we felt it was appropriate to go back and amend this contract and bring the consultant back in and look at very specifically this structural concrete open channel section. Make sure that the estimates do include the issues of accessing this, somewhat remote site. And so there is money left in the budget. And so our recommendation is that we amend the engineer's contract in the amount of $18,800 and go ahead and look at this additional, the additional questions that have been raised by the new superintendent, or the new district manager, excuse me. So that's what this amendment does. The original contract was $90,000. We would add $18,800 to that contract amount. $108,800 would be the new contract value. We would extend the contract time through June 30th, 2018. And I looked around the audience. I did not see Randy. Not here. So with that, Mr. Chairman, if you have questions, be happy to address those.
Commissioner Geis.
Harry, with that cement deal would be a lot of rebar in it and everything, so it'd be a lot stouter than just regular, a V-shaped.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The current lining system is trapezoidal, so those are more slabs on grade and don't have a lot of reinforcement. What the manager is talking about are vertical walls. They would be structural concrete, so they'd have to resist the overturning moment from the backfill. And it's I think we met with him here 3 months ago, and I think his ideas have some merit, and I think it's worth pursuing. Again, we have money left in this budget, and I think it's a worthwhile investment, because ultimately we're going to get a request from the district to replace all of this section of canal. And I think we ought to thoroughly look at all of the options before we ultimately, or before the district commits to one of those.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it'll be the same thing as we do over there on the Missouri Valley right now, where we supply the material and they do all the work.
Mr. Chairman, if the district elects to go with a materials only grant, it would be exactly that. This is a much more significant project than we've seen on any materials only type of project. So that's a question remains to be seen, but I think we need to really focus on, is this new section of canal type, or this cross section, a more cost-effective method to ultimately stabilize this canal?
Well, they'd have to have rebar and everything in it if they're going to make it work.
Commissioner Lancaster.
Harry, these are precast pieces that they put in with a crane, or are they built on site?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Lancaster, so in the initial study, the trapezoidal section cast in place. The other option that was looked at was this box culvert, or one of the options was box culvert, and those are precast sections that would be then placed via crane. And the option that the new manager wants to look at would be, in essence, a cast-in-place solution. So pour the floor with rebar and then stand the forms up on the wall for the walls. Those would be cast in place as well.
You talked about access, that there was a little bit of a challenge, that the county had a road to the site. And is some of this money used to build a new road?
So, Mr. Chairman, if this project were to progress to level 3, what we typically do on our projects is we will replace any surfacing that may be lost as part of the project. I think his concern was, one, is this road truly open to the public? It's actually closed to the public. Could they gain access via this road? That affects the cost as well. And then certainly being able to maintain that. And then he brought in, and again, with his skill set and his background in construction, he's raised a number of questions as to whether the existing road is even suitable to get heavy equipment in. I mean, it's fine for maintenance equipment, but we're talking about a very major construction project, and that's why we think it's appropriate to go back and answer some of these questions.
Thank you.
Further questions on this project? Okay, move on.
So again, on the same section, Mr. Chairman, go to the next blue sheet, and you will see the amendment for Middle Piney Reservoir Project, amendment number 10. Jason.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Fallon.
I am going to recuse myself from participating in discussing this amendment or being involved in this amendment because of personal conflict.
Okay. Go ahead, Jason.
And as Harry mentioned, this is amendment number 10 to the Middle Piney Reservoir project. What the amendment does is it adds construction engineering tasks to bid, manage, inspect, and close out the reconstruction of Middle Piney Dam. So we're to the point now where we're anticipating starting construction this summer. Wank Associates is under contract currently to provide final design and specs, which we are working through right now with the Forest Service and reviewing those. And this amendment would add $824,500 for the tasks that I just mentioned, as well as extend the contract expiration date from March 31st, 2017 to December 31st, 2021. So what we're anticipating with the short construction seasons up at the Middle Piney site, it's at about 8,000 plus feet, is that we'll have a 3-year construction timeframe and then about a 2-year warranty period. So that's the reason for the extended dates on the contract extension. So with that, I would ask if there's any questions.
Jason?
Last amendment in this section is amendment number 1 to the New Fork Lake Dam enlargement. Again, this is very similar to the Grable Valley Irrigation District project, where we're adding in phase 2 work now. This is a contract with RJH Consultants where we would increase the budget by $448,000 and extend the contract expiration date from June 30th, 2017 to June 30th, 2020. And again, that's to look at additional work or additional refinement of information on the preferred alternative that came out of phase 1, which currently is lowering of the outlet works of New Fork Lake by about 7 feet to gain access to additional active irrigation storage in that natural lake of about 9,400 acre feet. So the additional work would include hydrologic refinement, a lot of environmental field work, geotechnical investigations, surveys, both topographic and bathymetric, and so on and so forth. So with that, I would ask if there's any questions in regards to that amendment.
I got a question, I think, because was it New Fork or is this the one that had the hydrologic or the hydroelectric study done on it, or am I thinking of Fremont?
I'm not aware of any hydroelectric on.
Somebody came in with something, but this isn't it.
No.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, so are you asking a question of has Water Development handled a study?
Yeah.
Okay, we performed one most recently for Midvale Irrigation District on an old hydropower plant. Okay, all right.
Other questions? Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think probably we have some other amendments, but I would suggest taking an action on these. And of course, Middle Piney Reservoir, Commissioner Fallon has recused herself, so.
The rest of them we can handle as a block, correct? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve these.
Just the three
Amendment.
except for Middle Piney, correct? Because Karen's declaring a conflict on that.
I'm sorry. Correct.
Okay. Been moved by Commissioner Bettis and seconded by Commissioner Geis that we approve Grable Valley Irrigation District Storage Enlargement Level 2 Study, Hart Mountain Canal Rehabilitation Level 2 Study Amendment, and New Fork Lake Enlargement Study Amendment. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, now we have Middle Piney Reservoir. Somebody want to make a motion on that?
I'd move.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Bettis, that we approve the Middle Piney Reservoir amendment. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried with one recusal. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is the UW Water Research Program MOU under tab N. And this MOU is what funds the UW Water Research projects that have been selected. There are, if you look at this, the MOU, the term is through June 30, 2020. Payment $384,529. And you see on page 1, it defines the 2 projects that will be funded. First one is developing a framework for estimating groundwater connections to Wyoming reservoirs. And then second one, numerical simulations of the impact of cloud seeding in the Wind River Range on precipitation, snowpack, and stream flow. And Greg is here if you have questions about that.
Questions? Commissioner Wagner.
I was going to put forth a motion to approve these projects.
Moved by Commissioner Wagner, seconded by Commissioner Evans, that we approve the MOU. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, the next one is construction project agreements. I am going to go ahead and declare a conflict on this and turn it over to Mr. Vice Chairman Nick Bettis.
Thank you. Harry, go ahead with this agreement that we have with the Lower Clear Creek Irrigation District.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, under tab O, you will find the project agreement for the Lighter Ditch Rehabilitation 2016. So a couple of things for you. Number one, the protocol for, so this is a level 3 project that was approved in 2016. The agreement has not been approved to date. And the project involves rehabilitation of that existing canal. Part of it will be piped. And so the financial package that was approved by the legislature, 2016, was an $877,700 grant, 67% grant, and a loan of $432,300. So previously with construction agreements, the grant agreements, the protocol that was in use up until last October was that those construction agreements had been approved by the legislature in terms of the construction bill, and we had the chairman then sign these grant agreements and then send it off to the sponsor. The new protocol that recall the agency processes that were approved last October requires now that these come back to you. That's why this is before you. You can anticipate that probably in the June timeframe, all of those sponsor grant agreements in the construction bill will be before you to approve, and that's kind of a new twist. This one, 2016 project, you're probably asking the question, well, why wasn't it handled with the other ones? And specifically, this loan provision, in working with the Attorney General's office, and Abby's no longer here. Abby's gone.
She told you yesterday. She told you.
She's out of here. But in the past, any loan requires collateral. And in the past, on the loans that we've had, we have accepted collateral that, for example, could be a mortgage on property. It could be a mortgage on the actual utility system, the pipelines in the ground. And new thinking with regards from the Attorney General's office is that probably was not adequate. So we have 2 agreements. Actually, one of them was LeClaire, and it may have taken care of itself. But we required new collateral, which can either be in the form of a mortgage of property or an assignment of assessments or revenues. And so it's taken us until really last fall to kind of get that new process in place. And so we've now taken this to the district. As a result, what the district is saying is that they are going to assign a special assessment in the district, and that will be the pledge of revenue to repay this loan. And so that's what's held this agreement up until now. And so I would recommend approval of this so that Chairman Little and his crew can move forward with this project. It's frustrating, personally frustrating that this project was approved in 2016 and it is not yet started. But the reason is we had to refine our collateral process with regards to these loans.
Mr. Vice President, I'd move the project.
Second. We have a motion by Mr. Geis and a second by Mr. Lancaster to approve the construction project amendments for the lighter ditch rehabilitation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Carries.
As the chairman is taking his seat, you can see now that we're going to get back into kind of our standard part of the agenda, but we had moved those kind of select water items up front, knowing that to try to get some time with the select water committee. So that's why this committee or the agenda has been jumbled up.
Okay, you ready to move on then? Well, with that, now that we're in the middle of our meeting, we're going to do audience introductions. We'll start over here, I guess.
Ryan Shellhouse, AG's office. Daniel Solish, Law Clerk, AG's office.
Nick Bettis, Water Development Commission, District 4.
Kellen Lancaster, District 4, Commissioner.
Bud Wagner, Wyoming Water Development Commission, District 1.
Aaron Bud Fallon, Wyoming Water Development Commission, Public at Large.
Gerald Geis, Water District number 3.
Sheridan Little, Wyoming Water Development Commission, Water Division 2.
Clinton Glick, Wyoming Water Development Commission, Wind River.
David Evans, Commissioner, District 1.
Pete Talbot, Water Development Office.
Judy Green, Water Development Office.
Barry Labonte, Water Development Office.
Jason Mead, Water Development Office.
Barry Lawrence, Water Development Office. Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. Greg Kerr, UW Office of Water Programs.
Andrew Lynch, Water Development Office.
Christine Vera, SWCA Environmental Consultants.
Keith Kennedy, Wyoming Property Administration.
Lee Meyer, Water Development Office. Chris Nicholson, Water Resources Data System.
Okay, thank you. The next item would be election of officers. It's up to you guys.
Well, I'd make a motion that we keep you as president or chairman or whatever we want to call you.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that to keep me as chairman. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion carried. Okay, vice chairman.
Chairman, I move to retain Nick Bettis as vice chairman.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wagner, seconded by Commissioner Geis. If we retain Nick Bettis as vice chairman, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
You can vote no, Nick, if you want.
I was thinking about it.
Motion carried. Okay, we do not have a secretary treasurer, so we need to assign that to somebody.
Not me,
Or
because I can't
secretary,
write.
guess, not treasurer.
I'll make a motion that we have Clinton be the secretary.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we assign Clinton Glick the secretary position. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I might suggest in the last 2 years, we've had a couple of instances where the secretary was not present. And I might suggest that you appoint a vice secretary. Just not that Clinton isn't going to attend every meeting going forward, but in that off chance that he's not here, because of all the contracts that ultimately need to be signed, it was a little bit of a problem. Karen volunteered last time, I believe. Didn't she?
I believe it was I did not volunteer.
Okay.
I move that, Chair, I move that we choose somebody close to Cheyenne for that vice secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I move Dave Evans be that vice secretary or whatever you want to call him.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that Commissioner Evans is the vice secretary, deputy secretary, whatever you'd prefer to be called. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Next item, approval of the minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. One workshop, one executive session set of minutes, and regular meeting minutes.
Do we have to do them separately, Mr. Chairman?
I think we could do it either anyway. So,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve all 3 sets of minutes.
moved by Commissioner Wagner and seconded by Commissioner Evans that we approve all 3 sets of minutes. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. And now closeout memos. Harry.
Project manager. First one is the Bear River Watershed Study.
Think again, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want my job? You keep coming up here, so.
Good morning. I want to just give you a brief synopsis on the Bear River Watershed Study. I believe it's under tab O in your notebooks.
Q.
Oh, excuse me, Q. And I'll go through a couple of things that's there in front of you, but I won't read word for word. You guys can read what's on the sheet. But I will go through a few things. So Sunrise Engineering was the contractor on this watershed study. The original contract amount was $365,795. The final contract amount was $358,064.17, which resulted in a contract savings of $7,730.83. A couple of the key things I would like to point out. This is a watershed with about 1.9 million acres in both Lincoln and Uinta counties. 37% of that is private land and 63% is federal and state land. So there's a lot of opportunity in that to partner with other federal agencies on funding for any types of projects they want to come forward with in this watershed. And as a result, earlier you heard about 2 projects as a result of this watershed that did come forward. So it was a well and a trough and then another trough. So you've already had 2 projects come as a result of this watershed study. A lot of the watershed studies, but particularly this one, the infrastructure is quite old. So I think you will see some projects that'll be coming forward that will be asking for a lot of rehabilitation on some of these headgate structures, some troubled spots on some canals that are going to need some work in future years. Those are some of the types of things that were pointed out in the watershed study. We did have the opportunity to visit with quite a few landowners. As you can see in the memo, there were 95 potential watershed improvement projects that were identified through this watershed study. 40 of those are irrigation development projects that total about $16.1 million, and 58 upland watering projects totaling about $3.4 million. So again, the most important component, I think, of these watershed studies is being able to get out and talk to the landowners and being able to have that one-on-one conversation with them and help them do something really beneficial for their property as well as the state of Wyoming for that public benefit portion of it. So again, I was very excited about this watershed study and the potential projects that we did get identified. We had great landowner involvement. The conservation districts, Cary, Sabi, and DeMont Grande were great. They pounded the pavement before we even got started in order to get the landowners excited about this. We had people lined up before the watershed study even began to talk to our consultants about potential projects. So I'm very proud of this watershed study. I had a very good time doing it, and I'm a little sad to have it be done, but all things must come to an end. So I do have 2 flash drives here. If any of you would like to have a copy of it that you could take home with you. But the final report is also at that URL that you see there on your memo, so you can access that and take a look at what they put together. It's a very, very comprehensive report. Sunrise did a very good job. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Yeah, I was there for the kickoff meeting, and I agree with you. DeMont and his crew and some of those people there did a good job getting the word out. Fairly good attendance. We didn't save that much money, but was there any place that we did particular where this came from, or was it just a hodgepodge of all over the place?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, it was more of a hodgepodge of kind of the different tasks where we had some money that was left over. A little bit later, I have another project. You'll see quite a bit of difference. A lot of, again, as I pointed out earlier, a lot of the money that was spent on this project was being on that watershed management plan and going out and visiting those landowners, because those consultants go to each one of them. They go out and look at their property. They have conversations with these people. So because we had such a good turnout and people that were interested in this project, that's where a lot of that part of their budget got usurped, was through that. But that's where I want to see it go as well, because that results in projects on the ground.
Questions? Okay, thanks, Jody.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next project is the Bighorn Mountains in-stream flows, and Dave Meyer is our project manager.
Good morning. Thank you. Dave Meyer, project manager for the Bighorn Mountains in-stream flow study. This is a closeout memo for that project. The original contract amount for that study was $73,950. Final contract amount $69,659 for a contract savings of $4,290. The consultant was Aero Land and Development. So the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, they perform biological studies to determine where in-stream flows might be beneficial for the state. We follow up with the feasibility study, which is what we're talking about now. This particular study had 6 segments: the Buckskin Ed Creek, Cedar Creek, Lodge Grass Creek, Soldier Creek, Trout Creek, and West Fork Little Bighorn River. They are all in the Bighorn Mountains area. So in terms of findings of the project, average year monthly unappropriated, in terms of the average year monthly unappropriated flow analysis performed in the study, 3 segments, Soldier Creek, Buckskin Ed Creek, and Trout Creek, showed slight shortages of unappropriated flow throughout the year. The other 6 segments show no shortages. In addition, an unappropriated flow exceedance analysis was also performed in the study that provided information on 20% and 50% exceedance values. This is information that we pass on to the state engineer to make a decision on whether or not to permit these segments. The final report has been posted online on that URL that you see on the closeout memo. The recommendation in this case is not applicable since we're not moving forward with any studies on this one. The completed study was forwarded to the state engineer's office a few months ago, and they will use that in permitting these in-stream flow segments.
These are all on the east side of the mountain, flows towards the Tongue River and Little Bighorn and up with that area.
Mr. Chairman, there were 4 segments on the western side of the Bighorns and 2 on the eastern side. So it was divided between two
Pretty
basins.
equal,
I'm sorry,
pretty equal then.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's true.
Chair,
Commissioner Evans.
Dave, is it our history that Game and Fish pretty much follows through and goes ahead and appropriates this in-stream flow?
Game and Fish?
Game and Fish, yeah. Or, well, excuse me, I mean the state engineer's office.
Mr. Chairman, typically what we do when we finish the studies, we pass the study on to the state engineer's office, and he decides whether or not to permit these particular segments. And that's basically all the information we provide. Typically, what's happened in the past, the answer to that question is yes, they typically permit most of them that we do in our studies. They look at the hydrologic analysis that we've done, the recommendations that we've come up with, and use that in their decision. Sometimes they permit exactly as the application came in, and sometimes they might reduce it somewhat to reflect better on the available flow or the available unappropriated flows that we determine. So it varies by segment.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thanks, Dave.
Chairman, the next project is the Platte River Basin Plan Update, and Peter Gill is our project manager.
Good morning. My name is Peter Gill. I'm here to close out the Platte River Basin Plan Update. It's a level 1 study, and this study is this project is a little different than most of the studies that you close out in that one, it's a river basin plan, and we haven't been through a closeout memo with the river basin plan yet. And also you all are the sponsor, or I should say the agency is the sponsor of this project. So as such, we'd like to give you a little more information than we normally do in a closeout memo. Which is appropriate for a river basin plan in that river basin plans, the main outcome of them is usually the information and the analysis on water supply and water use, as well as potential new opportunities. River basin plans essentially are the state's balance sheet for water and the prospectus for water within the basin. And they're intended to answer questions like how much water is used in the basin, how has it changed over the last decade, how is it likely to change in the next decade. In fact, in the Platte, we found that overall water use has gone down by about 6.5% in the basin since the last river basin plan, which was in 2006. It's also intended to answer questions like what areas of the basin are most affected by drought and other scarcity issues. Where are the water supplies most dependable and reliable, and where are there issues there? As well as what are the opportunities in the future for growth within the basin. So with this, we're not recommending specific level 2 or level 3 studies to follow, at least today we are not. But we'd like to start the conversation over the next few months on the future of river basin planning, whether it needs to be modernized to reflect current economic conditions, the actual overall questions you all have about water use and long-term planning for water use in the state. But before I do, I guess we should get some of the administrative stuff out of the way. The authorizing legislation for this plan was done in 2014 with an appropriation of $350,000. The consultant selected was Wank Associates. The original contract amount was $349,500. The final contract amount used was $349,173. Contract savings is $326. And it expires at the end of this month. As far as public presentations, closeout presentations, we did 2 around the basin in February, one in Casper on February 13th, and another in Laramie on February 16th. The one in Laramie was streamed over YouTube and was recorded. So if y'all really want to hear the entire presentation, it is on our website under the River Basin Planning section. We have met with SEO and got some good feedback from SEO as well, State Engineer's Office, sorry. At the meetings, we did not hand out the full 5-volume, 500-page copy of the report. We gave the web link to that, but we also handed out an overview document. It's about 23, 24 pages, and it boils down a lot of technical information into a more readable version of the things and highlights how to get back to the details. In your packet, you'll find a copy of this, hopefully. And if you don't mind, I'd like to run through just a couple of sections to go over the findings in the document. And for anybody else that wants one, there's copies on the table over there. There's also copies back there by the monitor. I'd like to start out by pointing out the Wyoming statute that we're operating under with these river basin plans. It's on the back cover. It's Water Resource Plan contents. And I don't want to read that whole thing because y'all can read very well, I'm sure. But that is what we're after here with these river basin plans, as far as the contents of them. If I can point you to the first page, the back of the front cover, we've got some of the events that inspired long-term planning or comprehensive planning within the plat. And you'll see the first plan for water plan for the state was done in 1973. And about 20 years later, Select Water and the Commission decided it's time to revise how that was happening, and they came up with the current version of River Basin Planning Program in 1996. So about 23 years later. And here we are about 20 years later from that, 2017, and we have this Platte River Basin Plan. For those of you that do not live in the Platte or aren't familiar with it, it comprises about 25% of the the area of the entire state. So it's a large area. This project was divided the basin into 7 subbasins, and that's how most of the data are reported by subbasin. If you flip to the next page, which is page 4, you'll see of the Water Development Commission projects that have been done in the Platte Basin just since 2006. And they're total up to $111 million. So there's been a significant investment by this commission in the basin over the last 10 years. If you turn the page again, you'll get to page 6, which is this blue page. One of the things that was done really well in this plan was a summary of the interstate agreements and decrees. The modified decree summary is in volume 5. It was done by Mike Purcell, previous director here, but it was also reviewed by the State Engineer's Office as well as the Attorney General's Office, and that's in volume 5. There's also some nice graphics that simplify the modified decree and the Laramie decree as well in volume 5. If you turn to page 11, new to this Platte plan is a water balance model. We hadn't done one with the original Platte River Basin plan. The model is still fairly simple, but it is still useful for understanding how water is distributed. I'm on page 11. I jumped.
Yeah.
Distributed throughout the basin. Not all basins get supplies and use balanced. It's also useful for understanding the difference between wet and dry hydrologic years, opposed to average. The graphic on the top of page 11 on the right-hand side kind of shows that balance in terms of water use, which is the filled-in boxes, versus the water supply, which is the size of the overall box. And you can see in above Pathfinder Basin, it actually supplies most of the water for the North Platte. In fact, it supplies 53%, if I have my number right, of all the water, but it's only 37% of the land area. So interesting. If you look at page 10, we've got a couple of graphs on the bottom of page 10. The one on the left is the North Platte water supply. That's how much water is in the basin on a wet year, an average year, and a dry year. And I won't go into this too much, but if you look at the blue bar under average, you can see there's about 3 million acre feet of water in the basin. About 420,000 of that comes into Wyoming through Colorado and the Laramie and the North Platte. About 2.5 million acre feet of that are within Wyoming, and about 1.1 million of that leave to Nebraska, either through direct diversions or through in the channel as natural stream flow. What I'd like to point out with this graph is just the difference between a dry year and a wet year, where a dry year, the supply is about 1.5 million acre feet, where on a wet year, you're looking at about 5.3 million acre feet. So it's a significant difference depending on how much precipitation happens in a year. The graph on the right is looking at water use. So still at the bottom of page 10. And the bar that is green, blue, gray, orange is the Wyoming water use. And the burgundy color, or the wine color, is water diverted to Nebraska. And just want to point out in that the water used within Wyoming in wet, dry, and average years is always more than what is diverted to Nebraska. So moving along, one more page, if you bear with me here, page 15. We also looked at changes in water use in time. So we looked back to the previous river basin plan, which was 2006, but we also looked out 30 years into the future, which is one of the things these river basin plans do. Try to understand trends. If you look at the top of the page, you'll see a graph of population growth over time. You can see between 2000 and 2014, the population grew by 36,000 people in the Platte River Basin. That's mainly due to in-migration due to the oil and gas boom that we saw during that time. And water use in that period, well, not in that period, actually in the period between 2006 and 2015, grew about 50% on the industrial water use side and 5% on the municipal side to take care of those people. A current total consumptive use in the Platte, according to this plan, is 749,000 acre feet. And that's shown in the graphic below on the bottom right-hand side of the page, page 15, where you've got the acre feet on the left-hand axis and the time on the bottom axis. So in 2005, the River Basin Plan estimated water use to be about 800,000 acre feet. 2015 estimate is 749,000 acre feet. That's a change of 6.5% overall. And we also had Harvey Economics look at economic trends, regional, global trends to understand how water use might change into the future, 30 years. keep in mind it's kind of a crystal ball and lots can happen. But they came up with 3 different growth scenarios. The low growth scenario puts it at 633,000 acre feet of water use. The high growth scenario is 939,000 acre feet. But the most likely is the mid growth, puts a slow decline in water use over the time period of 718,000 acre feet. So we're at 740 right now, or 750 right now. And the most likely trend is a slowly or a moderate decline to 718,000 acre feet. If this really is happening, this would be a good reason to try to plan for what to do with this water, I would think. The slow decline is really attached to livestock prices as well as current efficiencies in agriculture, whether it's irrigation or fertilizer or seed production, in that you can produce more with lower amount of water and lower area of irrigation. And that's the trend that this assumption is built upon. And so what I would say is that this analysis reaffirms what the state engineer depletion plans show, is that not the whole basin is fully appropriated, and that maybe suggesting that it is fully appropriated everywhere is actually not accurate and doing a disservice to, in that it is cutting off any investment in the basin before it is even considered. If I'm looking to relocate my factory to a place where they have low taxes, low wages, an educated workforce, but I do a web search to figure out the top 4 states, and I find out, well, it's great, but there's no water, I'm going to move along. So suggesting that it's fully appropriated throughout might be a disservice, and that's what I hear most when I talk about the plat. It's fully appropriated. Let's not worry about it. So the rest of it goes on, and I won't go into it anymore. But to get into the details on changes in different water sectors and how that has come about. So going back to the closeout memo, I'd like to get into the Water Development Office recommendations. The office recommends continuing the river basin planning efforts consistent with Wyoming statutes, with a focus on refining the data needed to accurately assess water supply issues in the state. Keep collecting information on water resources, but forego the full river basin plan and the plan document itself, and in favor of a new medium for presenting the information, something that's more, takes advantage of modern technologies and gets the word out a little bit better than a printed plan. And you'll see this is kind of already occurring in that you guys have not seen a new river basin plan in front of you for the last 2 funding cycles. And you've approved money to create the Weather and Climate Atlas, or the Water and Climate Atlas, I should say, which a lot of the data from river basin plans is already hosted through water resource data systems. And more specifically about the plat, this plan actually has demonstrated that irrigation varies significantly from wet to dry years, and that more work should be done to understand what areas don't have reliable water sources. Some areas are always going to be irrigated, some places are not, and it really does correlate often to the hydrologic conditions. So that's a place that more study and more work is needed. More comprehensive flow estimates could represent a material improvement to water planning in the plat. A refined water balance model would help Wyoming understand when and where water is available for new uses. I think a lot of times people say, oh, it's fully appropriated. We wouldn't ever want to model there, or why are we doing this study? Well, I would argue that it's actually the opposite, in that since there is a scarcity issue, that knowing more about when there is water or what parts of the basin there is water is actually needed in that basin. Platte River Basin water supplies in Wyoming are heavily regulated and limited by court decrees, federal water project contracts, endangered species agreements. Encouraging recreational and environmental uses can improve the economy without need for new out-of-stream water uses, right? You don't get into any compact issues, or decree issues, I should say, by encouraging recreational uses. And lastly, enable the small water projects program throughout the Platte by completing watershed studies in the remainder of the basin. And most of the basin is covered. There's just a few small areas, and actually you guys took care of all but one basin today with your selection of watershed studies. And doing the watershed studies enables small reservoir, stock well development, and rehabilitation through the small water program, which improves access to water that are generally allowed through the 2001 modified decree. And that's all I have.
As the agriculture moves into the more sprinkler system, that's going to free up more water for industry and other places like that.
Right.
Commissioner Wagner.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you talk to very many irrigators down there, but most of us irrigators would tell you the system's over appropriated. We don't have enough water to irrigate all the time that we need.
Which, sorry, Mr. Chairman, what part of the basin do you irrigate in?
Ocean County.
Okay.
Under the Pathfinder and the GID. And if you talk to those irrigators, they would tell you that part of the basin's over appropriated, that we don't have enough water to go around, especially in dry years.
Sure.
Commissioner Evans.
Two questions. One, who's going to publish that atlas?
So there is Water Resource Data Systems. WORDS actually hosts the Water Atlas currently.
The other one question is, I'm curious. I'm a fan of master plans and watershed studies and these kind of plans, and they have to be redone every 10 years, 12 years, 15, whatever. But I'll channel Jeanette a little bit, who talks about, the mountains don't move and the river doesn't move. So how often do you have to do them? So I want to test that a little bit. This was done 10 years ago, this river basin plan. Do you have any opinion or thoughts on, was 10 years about right to do this new one? Could it have waited a few years? I'm just kind of testing that discussion about, how often do you do these? Not to put you on the spot, but if you have any opinions.
I think that is a good question, and I would suggest that maybe it's not how often, it's exactly what do we do in order to get the information that you all need. So what questions do you really want? And then we can want to answer. And then we can come up with an approach to how to be sure to answer those in a timely manner so that you do have timely information. One of the things that I would note about this plan is that we really only have snapshots in time. So we have a 2006, here's what was going on. And then we have a 2016, here's what's going on. So, that change in water use, it may be less about an actual trend and more of a snapshot in time, in that we don't have much to compare. And so I don't have a specific recommendation on how often, but that really gets to more of what are the questions you all think we should have answered as the water agency to be able to figure out what the recurrence is.
What I understand you saying is the facts may not change that much. They may, but it's really what answers are we looking for? What new questions come forth in that basin or that community or whatever it may be?
Yes, yes. So each basin would be a little bit different. However, some of the questions would be overriding for the entire state. And that may be a more consistent approach throughout the state might serve the state well.
Thank you.
If we do these studies and they spread out until we get about 50, 60 years worth of data, then that'll make more sense.
Yes. Longer term, yeah, you can really understand trends well that way. Yep.
Phil?
Yeah, I've got several questions. So when you compare this study to what was predicted in 2000, in the first river basin study, was the first river basin study fairly accurate, or was its projection into the future way off?
The projection did get revised a bit. The same methodology was employed, and in fact, the same consulting agency did it. So I'd like to think that they were comparable. They are looking 30 years out, and we are only 10 years out. So we weren't able to match dollar for dollar, but we have to assume that it was accurate in that in the 2006 numbers, they versus what we got in 2016, those are a appropriate comparison, and the methodology was very similar. Is that answering your question? I'm sorry.
No, I must not have asked my question right, Mr. Chairman. Can I try again?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. I'm sure the methodologies were fine. I'm asking, it's hard to predict into the future, looking out and trying to figure out population growth in 10 years or 30 years. That's really hard. So my question was more is when you look at the predictions from 2006 to today, were the predictions about right? Do we need to look at different models for different predictions? This doesn't have any, I'm not complaining about Wink. I'm just saying,
yeah.
Is my question making more sense?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. They projected 30 years out from 2006. So they looked at 2036. So it was not a direct comparison where we could in 2016, okay. Do you understand?
Right,
2016 understand what they thought was going to happen.
Okay.
At this point in time.
Okay. Let me ask. Can I ask a couple of follow-up? Yes. Okay. You gave us the Water Development Office recommendations, but I'm assuming those recommendations are things that we need to just think about in the future, and really the purpose of this is just to close out this plan. Is that okay? All right, because I'm not saying your recommendations are wrong. I just not quite ready to figure all that out yet. All right. So then how many watershed studies had been done, and it's still just so incredibly hard for me to believe that if you have a river basin plan study, that we now have to do the full complicated watershed study, because I would think you'd be able to take information from a river basin study and make a cheaper watershed study. Isn't that, or
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. However, they are done at different resolutions, right? So a river basin plan is giving an overall picture, and your maybe 30,000 foot level, whereas your watershed study is boots on the ground. A lot of it is very specific, and they do take the data that is collected through these river basin plans and drill down from that. And so it is not that they're duplicating the effort. But if we have a stream flow for a certain watershed through a river basin plan, that stream flow is refined within that watershed study.
Mr. Chairman. So then why is it we estimate the same cost for all of our watershed studies? If you get some of that information from a river basin study, and I understand you've got 30,000 feet and 10,000 feet. Why is it then all of our watershed studies, we all estimate $300,000, whether it's got a river basin plan or not?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fallon, River Basin Plan is providing this, I'll call it a macro scale view. You know, it's looking at what are all the uses in the North Platte drainage and how does that compare to water supply? So when you get to the watershed studies, and again, I go back to we're looking what kind of issues are on the ground. Are the diversion structures in proper, and I'm not talking about the big canals, I'm talking about more, again, kind of a ranching perspective. What are those diversion structures like? You heard about flood damage to those. That could be potentially one of the things. And so when we're budgeting for a watershed study, we're budgeting for a chunk of time, like Jody talked about, is for the consultant to go out and talk with these landowners. And while we have public meetings, it's not near as specific. It doesn't develop a list of projects that should be considered or going forward. So to me, it is, as Peter mentioned, a refinement. I mean, we're taking this data, but there's no documentation of condition of canals, those types of things. It's looking at the whole basin. Is there enough water during a dry scenario or not? And Rod's saying there isn't, and I kind of come from the fully appropriated side, but it's not, I was looking at this. One of the things it looked at was reservoirs above Pathfinder. I think there's, it has identified some of that in terms of potential, but to me, the budgeting is how much effort does it take to go out and meet with landowners, develop that plan. A watershed plan is nowhere near that detailed. So can we use that information? Yes, but a consultant is going to price the watershed studies based on how much time does he need to invest to get the thing done, whether it's meeting with landowners, report writing, developing GIS layers that may not exist, those kinds of things. So that doesn't give you a good descriptive answer. Sorry.
No, and Mr. Chairman, I've been in enough consultant selections. There's a portion for data collection, and it seems to me you've got a river basin study, that portion for data collection ought to be less because you've already got some of the data out there. But I've been reappointed. You got 4 more years to listen to me lecture on this issue.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I would suggest is that for the entire state, there has been a river basin plan, and so there is already an estimate. And so that is assumed that you're not developing in a watershed, so you're not developing from scratch that stream flow estimate, that you're using the existing data sources and developing from that. And that's the state. So
I got a question. I was thinking about these watershed studies in relationship to the small water projects. And I guess a couple of questions, and I don't care who answers them, but when we do a watershed study, do we estimate the runoff on particular subbasins within that watershed so that if someone comes in and applies for a small water project and they want to build a reservoir, they know what the runoff's going to be where they think they might want to build that reservoir? That's my first question. And part of that is that if we've done some of these watershed studies, have we run across some of these small water projects that have been put in that have gotten washed out or not repaired? I guess what I'm trying to get at here a little bit is that hopefully when these small water projects come to us and you guys review them and they're based on the watershed study, we have an evaluation of whether the size of this project is going to work where they want to put it. Is that true or not? I guess you can answer. I hope you see where I'm going here.
So, Mr. Chairman, what watershed study and what drives, so we're looking at much smaller facilities. So to me, what would drive a location of a small reservoir is not so much, is there water to store here? I mean, that's a consideration, but the first one's going to be, is it within, do I need a water source in this particular geographic area on my ranch? Do I need a new water source there? And that then, and if the answer is yes, then that leads to then the discussion, okay, is there a potential drainage that would offer a site for a stock pond that could be constructed? If there's not, if we're on the top of the upland geographic area, then is there an aquifer there that you might put a stock well in there? So, I mean, that's how it's being approached more from a producer standpoint. Whereas, and I guess also in a watershed study, we may then start to identify from an irrigation standpoint, are there irrigation shortages in this much smaller area? This report, I mean, I'm looking at, it provides average reservoir storage by sub-basin, but it really doesn't start to look at, are there reservoir sites that we should be developing in that basin? That's the river basin view. It's a much broader view. So different.
I understand what you're saying. I guess what I'm looking at here is that when these people come in and apply for a small water project and they say they're going to build this reservoir here, they didn't just have a couple of cowboys and a game warden and somebody from the conservation district go out there and say, we're going to build a 10-acre-foot reservoir here without analyzing what the runoff's going to be and whether you're going to have a PMP, emergency spillway, or whatever you're going to have. I mean, is that true or not?
Well, so
Mr. Chairman, and hopefully I can answer. I want to go back to your first question of, is there a study of the hydrology in the basin when these reservoirs get looked at? And I think we're talking maybe two different things here. The smaller reservoirs, a lot of times the landowners have been out there for generations, so they've seen what happens with that land, so they know where to put a smaller reservoir. However, in the cases where we do have a community that may be looking to form an entity and put in a larger reservoir, we do to show whether or not that's feasible, how many years it's going to be full, those types of things, if they're looking for something that's a little bit larger. So the answer to your first question would be yes, that gets done during a watershed study. It also gets done oftentimes in a river basin plan update too, because of other areas that are looked at more broadly in a river basin plan update. To your second question about, have you looked at things that are silted in and things like that? A lot of these stock reservoirs that are looked at in these watershed studies were pre-existing stock reservoirs. That's one of the things that we ask the consultants to do, is take a look at the aerial photography and figure out where those reservoirs have been in the past. And those are ones that are really easy and cheap to go ahead and revamp and put back into production. And also part of our process, and part of the reason we make these producers and these sponsors go through such a rigorous process, is we do want to make sure that those reservoirs and those facilities are built to a specific standard, because we are investing money of my taxpayer money, your taxpayer Perry money that
That's
you're
kind of where
stewards
I'm
of.
going here. When you talk about standards and they come in with this plan to build them, I guess, I really agree with your idea of these guys have lived here for 20 years or 30 years and this is where the reservoir needs to go and here's how much it needs to be. And, you know, but I think it's going to improve the sage grouse habitat and all that other kind of stuff. But I guess what I'm trying to get is that substantiating that there's going to be a public benefit. And if they build this and they build it to this criteria and there are certain parameters of the design that says when this gets X number of feet of sediment, you clean it out. If the emergency spillway elevation gets decreased because of cow water wallowing, you got to rebuild it. Those kind of things. Because I guess what I'm saying is we put this money into these small reservoirs. Any idea of how many of them are still going, or is this like going to be a perpetual thing that we just keep building and building and building in whatever district we're talking about, or what?
Mr. Chairman, what he's really talking about, we should have sinking funds in the conservation district, or some of them should be collecting money to do the repairs and maintenance and keep those reservoirs up to date. Is what he's talking about.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess how I would respond is it depends on the size of the project. So if we're talking about a stock pond, 20 acre feet or less, that has nowhere near the sophistication in the design or the safety. And it's really a ranch specific type of facility. It's going to benefit that ranch owner that is brought that project forward. Does it have, you mentioned PMP, that analysis? No, not for a stock pond. Now, and the state engineer in their permitting of that dictates some of that as well, because if it's suddenly a much larger reservoir and it qualifies under their safety of dams program, then that design sophistication is required. That's a project that typically is not built under small water. Although I would tell you some of those wetland projects that Little Snake has brought forward do have larger dams, and they probably do then have a more extensive analysis. But it's still not like the reservoirs that are built in our dams and reservoir program. Those are all safety of dams facilities and have a much higher level of planning and design put into them. As to the sinking fund, not on small water. We do not have that requirement, and I'm not quite sure
I wasn't really questioning about.
But that was kind of getting to that question.
I guess you answered part of my question when you talked about the sizing and those other things.
This is the criteria, I believe, for operating criteria. We do ask the sponsoring entity to provide water development and operation and maintenance plan for the estimated life of the project. But it's in that concept, it's not that we're going to maintain it in perpetuity. It's that it has a certain life. A stock pond will silt in. Stock ponds do fail because they're of earth, and when we get the big cloud burst, you lose some of those. So they tend
I guess that's what I'm kind of trying to prevent. And maybe prevent's not the right word, but I guess when we do decide to, and I think we should look at how that relates to these watershed studies, maybe revamp some of these criteria. I think we need to take a pretty hard look at some of that. I don't want to get into a position where we have to get certifications and all that other kind of stuff. But by the same token, like I said, I just don't think that we get 3 or 4 people out there and decide we're going to put a dam in here and do it. And then they know no one's going to go check on it. And pretty soon, it's gone. Or if they say it's going to be a 20-year life, then we should have a 20-year life. I'm not sure.
I guess, and maybe we're getting too far down in the weeds, but again, you have to look at the dollars we're investing. So if this stock pond is let's just say a $50,000 investment, it's looking at, when you look at the hydrology, it's going to be a much shorter duration hydrology in terms of the spillway design. It's not going to say, we want to see that facility there 100 years from now, which is what you might look at for larger reservoirs. Because if you say, okay, well, this spillway has to meet the PMP, probable maximum precipitation, that, we're talking 100, 200, 500-year storms. The spillway to withstand that type of a storm is going to cost 10 times more than the earthen embankment to build the stock pond. I mean, so those are the trade-offs that you have in these kinds of projects. They're there to put stock water on the landscape.
Understand that.
Yeah.
The
So
order of magnitude thing in my mind is, if we're just building one or two of these small water projects within a certain drainage, that's one thing. But if we're investing millions of dollars in a series of these in there, that's something else.
Mr. Chairman, as the spreadsheet that I passed out before the meeting showed, we are spending millions of dollars, but it's no more than $35,000 at all of these locations. And again, what this program has, one of the bigger benefits is to put water more dispersed on the landscape, so that these the grazing operators, livestock operators, can better utilize their range. That's been a big focus of this program. And so stock ponds, stock wells, stock tanks are what you're seeing. And it's the focus is more range utilization. And, and ultimately I'll use the stock well for an example. There's no sinking fund for the pump that's in the stock well. When it fails, that rancher no longer has water at that source. So the hope would be, that the logic would say, he's going to replace that.
Mr. Chairman, the other benefits we get is we're cutting down the DMLs going into like the Bighorn River or those. So that's why they're putting in a lot of sprinkler systems on the one just south of Worland, to keep them salts and stuff from getting down into no water and then going on into the Bighorn River. But the stock ponds do the very same thing. They hold the sediment, and now they fill up over years, but it's still not going in and contaminating the big river flows that everybody's worried about.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I would make the point that Little Snake, in a lot of their projects, their wetland projects, are doing exactly that. They are creating sediment impoundments, so that when you get the big rainstorms and it's bringing sediment off of the landscape, it's capturing that in these impoundments, and there is a water quality benefit from that. That's one of the aspects of small water.
More questions?
I got a question.
Commissioner Glick?
I know there's like this basin study, and then you got the watershed study. Is there a way we can try to include more smaller water tracking devices within the watershed study? So but selecting sites that could be areas that would give us quite a bit of data for future use.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that the river basin plans will ever be able to find small water projects, but what we would like to do is to better align the data sets between the river basin planning type programs and the watershed studies and the master plans, so that they all build on each other and move in between each other, and so they can always be leveraged to that next project and that bigger project. Does that help?
I know USGS does major rivers and drainages. What I was saying was, can you include with your watershed study pick out certain areas while you're doing your watershed study that could help us track the water better by, well, not necessarily like a device, flow tracking device, but just bring us areas that you think could use a flow tracking device so that we can keep that on file. And then later on, maybe if somebody wants to fund that or something, or put in for a project to put several of those water tracking devices in, then we know where they're already located.
Yes, actually, Mr. Chairman, that is one of the things that often or sometimes happens with watershed studies. If there is a lack of stream flow information about a portion of the watershed, often transducers are put in, even for a short duration, to try to understand how much water is coming into the system through a certain tributary. That is done in watershed studies fairly regularly.
They permanent?
They are not permanent, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, there could be some areas that could be permanent where that the average would pick it up for study within the basin. I mean, you could put it all together. You'd know the inflows, the more of the consumptive use.
Sure. Yeah, we do, I should take back my statement, Mr. Chairman, about not permanent. In some places where there is a follow-up study to perhaps build a reservoir from a watershed study, often those gauging monitoring devices are left in to get more years and more information on a certain tributary to know whether the development of a larger reservoir is feasible and makes a lot of sense. I don't know of any that have turned into a permanent gauge long term at this point.
It might be while you're doing your watershed study to show areas that would help us track the water within that watershed plus the basin as a whole. That way, like, everyone's worried about data and repeating it, we would just have a continuous source of data.
I would say that when there is an appropriate need, that's something we could certainly look at, but we are not in the gauge station operation or program. I mean, it's USGS, state engineer funds those. We've been asked to fund USGS stream gauges across the state, and I at least have said, no, that's not something we want to do. Let USGS continue to do that, but they're always looking for cost sharing. We do fund one below High Savory, where we need to know in terms of dam releases that, yes, that's how much water is being released, but only in very specific situations would we look at long-term monitoring of streams.
I was just saying, smaller drainages, smaller canals, laterals, certain areas that maybe start in the beginning where they branch out, and then maybe where they come back together down farther. Because I know some of them crisscross, and that's where a lot of you estimate, and then it might not be totally correct. So all I was saying was, if we had, and I know we're not in the gauging, but I think we need the water tracking information so that we'll know more about what projects would be feasible or cost effective so the public can benefit. And I think that's where these guys are coming from, is they're not being able to realize or see how a lot of the data you took a snapshot of can help us 10 years down the road, or if their projections not correct from the time 2006 to 16. And that'd be like, I don't know if anybody could do that, but if we had continuous water tracking in certain areas, that would help us to better have educated decisions on which projects to fund.
Mr. Chairman, we're getting bogged down. I think we need to
Yeah,
move on.
yeah, I agree.
I'm just saying.
Any more questions on the river basin plan?
Mr. Chairman, do we need a motion on
We still need
finalizing?
Oh, we've got one more left. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
if there's no more questions. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Peter.
Jody, you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this will be the last time you see me today, so
Well, that's too bad.
thank you. If I may have privilege of the floor for just a moment, though, I do want to, Peter and I are a division of two. So I do want to give some kudos to him on the document that he walked you through. That was an idea that Peter came up with all on his own. He formulated it, he put it together. So I just want to tell him thanks for doing that. I think it's a very useful document. It's something that we can hand out to legislators that kind of gives you a real good synopsis in a real short, or, you know, you don't have to spend a lot of time investing looking at it, but to get the idea of what's going on. So I appreciate all the work that he put into that. And one other item too, I want to talk a little bit about, Karen, again, your question of these things working together. I think there's a really good opportunity for us to test that theory in the northeast part of the state. I'm also the project manager on the last plan update that we have, which is the Powdertongue Northeast. And right now we currently have a watershed study going on up there, which is the Goose Creek watershed study. And with what action you took today, we'll have the Beaver Creek going on in that area as well. As we've gone through that Goose Creek watershed study, we have been able to utilize quite a bit of information that has been produced through the Powdertongue Northeast. In fact, we've got those two consultants talking pretty much on a weekly basis concerning information that has been gathered and getting that back and forth to each other. So I'm very eager to see where we'll see that cost savings in the amount of time that the consultant for the watershed study has not had to spend on doing things such as modeling. Which is another big task because it does take a lot of time. If a model has not been done, that's another big line share where consultant hours can go. So I'm very eager to do that and see how that all works through. And I may be talking a little bit out of school and Barry may throw something here at me, but I would encourage, I know we usually go by who the commissioner is in that district, or excuse me, division as who gets assigned to a project. But if you would have a particular interest in being on the Bear River, so we can further test that theory, I would welcome that. I'm the project manager and I would be happy to have you on there, and it would be good for us to work again through this theory and make sure that we're doing the things and addressing the concerns that you have. So,
Mr. Chairman, just for 2 minutes, that's wonderful. That is exactly what I'm looking for. Is I can't believe there's not a correlation, and if there's not, so let's test it and see. But I just can't believe there's not a cost saving. So I would be thrilled to work on this. And if I'm wrong, then show me the data, and I'll quit griping about it for the next 4 years. And if I'm right, I'm going to say I told you so only once, and then I'll stop.
Mr. Chairman, I may have thrown Barry into a tizzy because he does have quite a matrix put together on how all this fits together. So I may have just totally screwed up his matrix. So for that, I apologize.
It's all right. I still have visions of Barry with his swimming suit on, drumming up water for weather mod in Sublette County, Wyoming. So we're all good, huh, Barry?
That's great. He's turning bright red.
Yes, he is.
All right, Mr. Chairman, with that, I will move to the last closeout memo that you have in front of you today, which is the Upper Snake River Watershed Study. Again, this was a project on which I had the privilege to work. It was Olson Associates. The original contract amount was $368,000. The final contract amount was $337,812.90. which resulted in a contract savings amount of $30,187.10. I was, again, quite privileged to be able to work on this watershed. This watershed is near and dear to my heart. I got to do a lot of work in that when I worked at the state engineer's office. So there's some very different things about this watershed. Of course, there's a lot of acres, 1.7 million acres in that watershed, but only 3 of that is private property. The rest of it is federal property. So I was a little concerned about the challenge that we may have of getting landowners involved because there just aren't that many private landowners. But Olson did a really good job of drumming up business and really thinking out outside of the box on the different types of projects that could be taken up under a watershed study. So, and again, today you saw that 4 of those projects came forward. Those were more of the traditional type projects, but again, they did look outside of the box and look at some different things that potentially could happen. I think it may be a little premature for us to talk about that, but I would encourage you to take a look at the Upper Snake River Watershed Study and in the section that we call Other Management Improvements. And maybe, again, where the Swamp Project program may be able to go and taking some of those projects maybe a step further. But overall, we looked at 40 potential projects in that watershed. 20 of them were traditional irrigation system improvements, totaling $2.6 million. 4 were upland watering projects for $135,000. 9 were some surface water flood and water supply storage type projects for about $134,000. We looked at some stream channel conditions improvements, and then again, as these other management practices is how we categorized in the study. One of the things that Olson did that I really enjoyed, and I think some of you might want to peruse through this, is put together a map book. A lot of the conservation districts like this type of format, so it's just these real big maps that talk about the watershed. So that was one of the techniques that they used, and when they put together this watershed study, they did a real nice job with the report. Again, I'm very proud and very happy to have been able to work with them and put this project forward. So I do have some extra CDs if any of you would like to take those with you today, but that report can also be found under our Word site at the URL that is mentioned there. And with that, I would stand for any questions from the commission.
Jody, watershed project. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, for all 4 of those projects in this section, if you turn to the last page of the closeout, there is a recommended motion. So I'm looking at Bear River, move acceptance of the Bear River Watershed Study Project Report as being complete, and further, the Water Development makes the following findings relative to this project. That the commission recommend proceeding to the next level of project development upon submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor. That's one of those. And they're, and I don't know if you want to handle these each one at a time then, or I suppose you could move the staff recommendations on all 4 of these projects, whatever you would prefer.
Pleasure.
I move the staff recommendation on all 4 projects.
Okay. Okay. Moved by Commissioner Geis and seconded by Commissioner Lancaster that we accept the staff's recommendations on closeout of these projects. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we have 2 more planning amendments.
Mr. Chairman, the first amendment we have is amendment number 4 to the Clear Creek Storage Study. And just as a reminder, we visited the Bull Creek Reservoir site back in the 2014 August tour. That was the one south of Buffalo, about 5 miles there. Shortly after we visited that, we received the information from the geotechnical investigation. And what we found was that lower site had a foundation that it's basically uncemented sandstone. It was safe to build a dam on, but it wasn't efficient to store water on. So it was going to seep like crazy. So that fall, we went back to the legislature, came back to you guys that spring. We went back to the legislature for additional funding to look at other sites geotechnically, if we could see if we could find a feasible site. So we received those dollars in 2015, and there was a site further up Bull Creek at the time that was not accessible because it was owned by the Smith Dow's Trust, and they were from other states and a bunch of attorneys weren't interested in allowing us to go analyze that site. However, that trust dissolved shortly after that spring. The property came up on the market. We had some discussions with the State Lands, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Game and Fish, Nature Conservancy, and State Lands found that it really met their management objectives to look at acquiring that property. So what ended up happening was the Flying H Ranch acquired the property to do a land exchange with Office of State Lands and Investment Board So with that, it held up the project, which ended up being a good thing. But the Flying H Ranch didn't want us out there. They were looking for an access agreement, and they put the land exchange obviously in front of worrying about the reservoir. So their attorneys went back and forth with state lands. That pushed the project back about a year. And we were finally able to get out there this spring to do some geotechnical drilling on the Upper Bull Creek site. And just recently got the information back on that, and it's looking pretty positive. So what this amendment, long story short, does, it really just extends the contract deadline with Wank Associates. So we can bring that information back to the public, the potential beneficiaries, make sure there's still interest in moving forward. And if there is, in this next field season, we'd go back out, supplement where we need to pick up wetland delineations, potential do cultural resource surveys, also topographic surveys, so on and so forth, and then be ready here in probably 2018 legislative session, if everything goes well, to then proceed to level 2, phase 3 permitting and design. So again, this is just an extension of time on this project because of the holdups with that land exchange.
Questions?
Move.
Okay.
Do we need to move these one at a time?
Yes, we do. I'm getting the signal, yes.
Mr. Geis moved, I
Okay.
seconded.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Bud Fallon, that we approve the planning amendment for Clear Creek storage. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Chairman, the next amendment, the last amendment, is to the Glendo Reservoir Full Utilization Project. This is amendment number 1 of the project / accounting amendment. The contract was let with Riverside Technologies, or Riverside Technology Incorporated. In just recently here, late last year, a portion of their firm was acquired by another firm. So this basically just documents that, puts a new firm on the contract. The project team has not changed, and the new firm will resume all the prior responsibilities for the project, and it doesn't change the contract deadlines or the dollar amount.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
So they're going to do it for whatever the hourly fee for the old. Okay. Then I would move for the contract, approval of the contract amendment.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Bud Fallon, seconded by Commissioner Lancaster, that we accept the planning amendment to the Glendo Reservoir Full Utilization Level 2 study. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Okay, next item, Split Rock Wells.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, tab S. Actually, do we have anything under? What do you have under your tab? I've put some more information in.
You got, under S, it's the wells.
Yeah, but do you have a letter from?
I got a letter from Jorgensen,
December 14th, okay.
and then state engineer stuff.
So let me start out by telling you a story. 1981, the legislature appropriated $200,000 from the water development account, and at that time there was only one account, to Department of Economic Planning and Development, DPAD as it was called. And the purpose of the appropriation, you might even have somebody in the room that recalls this appropriation. The purpose of the appropriation was to, in essence, perform an exploratory drilling program looking for developable groundwater in and around it, and this is Split Rock is kind of the Muddy Gap area of Wyoming. And the thought was that DPAD would, and of course, 1981, The economy was still going fairly strong. That's when I moved to Wyoming. Oil and gas was still strong. We had not really entered the, I'll call it the recession in the 1980s that took place in Wyoming. But things were booming along in Wyoming, and the thought was that there was developable groundwater that could be provided for irrigation, municipal, industrial type water. And so that's what the purpose of that appropriation was. The state engineer was at that time was pushing, saying, hey, there's some developable groundwater here. Let's go out and really characterize and see if we can develop it. So that project went forward. Ultimately, there was one production well drilled, larger diameter, and 3 monitoring wells. And those wells were all located on a state school section of land. It was acquired, the wells were drilled, and then in 1985, DPAD, so the appropriation went to DPAD, the wells were drilled under a DPAD contract. DPAD then entered into a lease with the Wyoming Industrial Water Corporation to develop the production well for industrial, municipal, domestic, and irrigation uses. There were 4 groundwater applications for permits submitted to the state engineer's office. And within that lease, there were provisions that then this corporation would pay to DPAD. There was a readiness to serve charge, and then there was a percentage for water that would be developed and ultimately sold. Well, 1985 was really kind of when the economy really went south in the state, and to my knowledge, no water was ever developed. And in fact, then in 1991, the state engineer's office rejected the applications for groundwater appropriation. There was they never advanced those applications to permit status, so there was never the ability to produce the water permit-wise. And I don't know what happened to that corporation, but ultimately, state engineer saw no movement or potential use with those applications, and they rejected those. So those wells are still there today. And so that leads then to the grazing lessee on that state section, which is Handcart Ranch, subsidiary of Deseret Ranches. Basically, I don't know, but it became aware of the wells, but thought they could develop at least one of those for stock water purposes. And I think they first approached the state engineer's office, maybe state lands, but ultimately to water development, they contacted us, and I said, we need a letter with your request. And that's what the December 14th letter is. So that has led now to some discussions between agencies, because initially I thought, okay, the wells are on state lands. I don't know that water development needs to be involved. We funded the construction of the wells, but it's questionable whether we have any ownership in there. Now, what I forgot to tell you about in terms of that story is DPAD no longer exists. DPAD as an agency is defunct. A part of it became the EDS board, which is now defunct, which then morphed into the Business Council, the business development part of that. I can tell you that we have water development. They had a planning section, construction section that worked on water development projects. In fact, some of those employees came to work for water development as that DPAD was phased out, water development was phased in. So that's really, I think, besides the funding, that's the only real connection with these wells. But my thought initially was that we have a state section with a grazing lease, and we have the lessee that wants to develop some water in existing infrastructure that is most appropriately handled by state lands. And so we contacted state lands. said, we'd like to at least give to you whatever interest water development has in these wells. And so that we're not the middleman here. And State Land's response back was, well, we don't want them. Okay. They would prefer that the wells be given to the lessee. And apparently, in terms of the infrastructure development, if you have a state lease, you go out currently and develop, you drill a well, that's your well, that's State Lands wants to be part of the water right that may be issued, but they really aren't interested in the infrastructure itself. So that started down a path then of, okay, can water development convey its interest in these wells to the ranch? And in some most recent discussions with the Attorney General's office, there's a real question as to whether water development has any ownership interest in these wells. We put the money up, but DPAD did. They've now been, in essence, abandoned and sitting in place for 35 plus years. So my thought to you is that rather than get too formal about this, and I do want to talk to the Attorney General's office a little bit more, I'm inclined to write a letter with my signature, Water Development Office, to State Land saying, with regards to these 4 wells, Water Development does not believe that it has any ownership interest. And in fact, because those wells are located on state lands, you as the underlying interest probably have the greatest ownership interest in these wells, and take Water Development out of that process. So that's at least what I am thinking today. I would certainly like to hear any comments, whether that's appropriate or not, but one of these monitoring wells, we believe, has been plugged. The other 2 monitoring wells and production well are capped and there. I don't know what the status of any of the infrastructure is, but I'm not sure at this point in time Water Development really has any ownership interest in these wells at all. And so that's I guess I want to shove it back to State Lands and say it's your lessee, your land,
The well.
and they're your wells. So
what happened to this Joe Blow Corporation or whatever? What exactly was that?
Mr. Chairman, I do not know its current status. I do have a copy of the lease agreement dated June 1985, and it is the Wyoming Industrial Water Corporation. I don't believe it exists today. I've not, in my tenure in Wyoming, I've never run across it, but I don't know.
I never heard of it.
Probably got transferred into another state agency or something and lost track. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bud-Brown.
if you need a motion, I would move for the director to write the letter that gets Wyoming Water Development Commission out. If we don't hold those water rights.
There are no water rights. Yeah.
And we didn't drill the wells, I see no reason for the Water Development Commission or the office to be involved at all. It's state land property. They've got a grazing lessee. I think they may not want to deal with it, but I think we should just let them, because I don't see any legal authority for us to deal with it at all. So I would make that motion.
Second.
I agree.
Moved by Commissioner Bud-Brown, seconded by Commissioner Geis, that we let Harry write his letter. And any discussion on that?
Well, I guess I agree with that, but are we still going to have Daniel check it out from our end or not?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, I will draft a letter and seek AG review of that letter before it goes out.
Be something to do.
At least you won't have to ask.
More discussion on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Next is update of level 3 construction projects.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Again, these are the updates for the level 3 construction reports, and these would be updates since the last meeting. They either advanced to the engineering design phase, the construction phase, or the project closeout phase. So the first project before you is the Cambria Tank project. It's advanced to the engineering design phase. You can see that the engineer that was selected by the sponsor was Camp Creek Engineering out of Laramie, Wyoming. They have a design fee of $43,743, a construction fee of $65,160, for a total fee of $108,903. Any questions on the Cambria Tank project?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
so is this now done?
No, so this is right now, again, this would be in the design phase, the engineering, and then the next time we report to the commission will be at the construction phase when we open bids, and we'll provide you with a bid summary and the number of contractors that bid the project and their the low bid award.
Thank you.
Yep. And the next project in your notebook is the Deaver Transmission Pipeline Project. It also is in the design phase. The sponsor has hired Wink and Associates out of Cheyenne. Design fee of $87,670, construction fee of $106,372 for a total fee of $194,042. Any questions? Next project is the E3 Water Supply Project. It is in the construction phase. So this is a project that we had a bid opening on. As you can see in the notebook, we had 8 bids were received for the project. The low bidder was Dale Weaver. The engineer's estimate was for $176,613. The contract amount was $196,656. And you can see there the range of bids were from $197,000 to $278,000. Next project is the Graybull Transmission Pipeline Project. It currently is in the design phase also. This sponsor has hired Nelson Engineering. The design fee was $84,500. The construction fee was $87,500 for a total fee of $172,000. Any questions? The next project is the Indian Paintbrush Water Supply Project. This project has gone to the construction phase. We had a bid opening on February 8th of this year. We had 3 bids that were received. The range of bids ranged from $1.3 to $1.5 million. The low bidder was Westwood Curtis. The engineer's estimate was $1.27 million with a contract amount of $1.304 million. Next project is the Kimmer Transmission Pipeline 2016 project. This project is in the design phase. The sponsors hired Crank Companies out of Kimmer to design the project. The design fee is $118,085. The construction fee was $90,861 for a total fee of $208,946.85. Next project is a Level Tank Zone 2 Improvements Project. This project is in the construction phase. Had a bid opening on January 5th of 2017. We had 6 bids. The bid ranged from $2.6 to $3.4 million. The low bidder was Wilson Brothers. The engineer's estimate was $2.7 million, and the contract amount was for $2,627,575. The next project is the Manville Well Connection. This project is in the construction phase. We had a bid opening on November 20th of 2016. We had 7 bids that were received. The range of bids varied from $300,000 to $400,000. The engineer's estimate was $378,528 with a low bid of $300,877.44. Next project is a Newcastle 2015 project. It's also in the construction phase. We had a bid opening on September 19th of last year. We had 5 bids that were received. The range of bids ranged from $784,000 to $1,254,000. The engineer's estimate was for $705,130, and the contract amount was $783,525.44. And the last project in your notebook is the Wheatland number 7 well project. This project is in the construction phase. This would be the second construction project for this particular project. We had the first project was to drill the well. That project's been completed. So the second project is to connect the well and to the distribution system, and also construct the well house. And so that project, we had 5 bid openings. We had 5 bids on November 16th was the bid opening. The low bidder was High Plains Construction with a low bid of $221,776. The engineer's estimate was for $294,500.
So what date is it gonna be done?
On Newcastle, we indicate in your notebook on that particular summary sheet, you see a construction timeframe of 180 days. And so that would be from the notice to proceed. And I'm going to guess that notice to proceed was probably, I'm going to say, a month after the bid opening date. So 6 months, I'm going to guess middle of October would be the notice to proceed. So 6 months after that would be my guess. Pretty close, yeah. And this is a project that you saw that the bid opening was in September. We didn't have the information provided to us. This is the last time we presented the construction reports was in November. And so at that point in time, we didn't have the information from the bid opening available to us. So hence it's presented now.
Any other questions? We don't need any. This is an update.
Correct. Thanks.
We want to take a break, or shall we power through?
How much longer?
Well, I don't know how much longer.
Maybe we better take a 15-minute.
Okay, let's take a break.
Just a restroom.
Can't go have lunch, but we'll take a
No.
break.
What's that?
Are we on the downward
irrigation-
swing?
Yes, we are, Mr. Chairman.
UW
No.
irrigation well MOU.
So, Mr. Chairman, originally, when we put this on the agenda, I had anticipated that we would have an MOU with UW that would basically transfer or give them the well that has just been drilled. And as it turns out, Attorney General's office has reviewed it, but we've not really had a response back from the University of Wyoming as it goes through their legal review process. So I'm not going to ask for any action today. Maybe. But let me just give you just a
That's why
brief
we have.
history.
Yes. You're gonna tell us another story, right?
This is actually kind of a funny story.
So you're certainly aware of the process that provided the funding for the project. June 14th, 2016, we entered into a contract with Wyoming Groundwater. That was to do the hydrogeology and ultimately drill a well. October 27th, then there was a bid opening for drilling of one well. That's all the money we had with regards to the budget. The drilling contractor was DC Drilling out of Lusk. November 22nd through the 25th, the drilling contractor mobilized on site and then started drilling on November 28th of last year. The well that has now been completed, and this may be more information than you want, but 0 to 252 feet was Satanka Shale. That is not the water-bearing formation we were after. The Casper below that. Then penetrated the Casper and drilled that well from 252 feet to 756 feet in depth. There's a 12-inch casing that was placed from the ground surface to a depth of 312 feet. And then ultimately there was the open borehole below that is 7 7/8 inch diameter. So from 312 feet to 756 feet, it is open hole, which is typical for the Casper formation, that it's very stable. So that, and again, the water bearing formation. The well driller then performed airlifting operations where air is injected and they can make an estimate of water production by doing airlifts. And so the airlift production at 756 feet of depth, so bottom of the hole, was 78 gallons per minute. And the airlift production at 380 feet was estimated from 55 to 60 gallons per minute. And so in essence, this well will not provide anywhere near the water that was hoped for on the project, which, as I mentioned yesterday, was somewhere on the order of 1,000 gallons a minute. And so it really has no use with regards to water production. Okay. Be a great stock well, but that's not the application that we're looking at. So the proposal that I mentioned yesterday is that I would like to go ahead and transfer the ownership of that well to the University of Wyoming. They have they've expressed some interest in, certainly from a monitoring well standpoint and from an educational standpoint with regards to geophysical science projects. So I think that's probably the best use for that well at this point in time. So a couple of options. We can wait until the MOU has been cleared by the various legal representatives from both parties and bring it back to you at a later meeting. To authorize me to sign that, I'd be happy to do that as well. So that's really kind of the update on the UW well.
We could put a stock water tank there and then run some sheep in there.
To mow the grass, right?
Yeah.
Put the mowing operations.
I'd move that we give them the authority to sign the deal whenever it shows up.
Mr. Chairman, I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Wagner, that give the authority to sign. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, next item, Basin State Salinity.
Chairman, Next couple items are just for information or updates. So with regards to the Basin Stakes program, and for Kellen's benefit, this is a salinity control program that operates in the Colorado River Basin. So in Wyoming, it's the Green River Basin principally. And Wyoming can obtain grants from the Bureau of Reclamation to affect salinity control projects in Wyoming in the Colorado River Basin. And so the applications, and so what we do as part of that program is we have contacted the Bureau. They provided to us, I believe, a $2.8 million grant to fund those projects that ultimately may come before the commission. And so the funding or the application deadline for this round of projects was in January, and we did not receive any additional applications for salinity control projects. So the rest of this memo then gives you just an update of what we are doing, because we did approve 2 projects last year. Is the Eden Valley Irrigation and Drainage District. They are piping some existing canals, which eliminates the seepage out of the open canal. And of course, the seepage is what then dissolves the salts in the soil, and then that ultimately moves into the drainage. So by piping it, you eliminate the conveyance losses, and then you eliminate that interface with the salt soil. So we have a project underway with Eden for that, and you can read the write-up in terms of about 27,000 feet of lateral piping. Water Development is funding $2.3 million of that project. The Basin States is a little over $2 million. Total project funding $4.3 million, and that's a project that's going forward. The other project that you approved was a salinity study in the Blacks Fork. And the purpose of that study was to provide a more quantitative analysis of, if you affect salt control projects, how much salinity will you actually capture? Right now, there's a textbook number, or there's a formula that the Bureau uses in analyzing projects for competitiveness. It is thought that if we do that site-specific salinity control study, that it will provide a higher salt removal rate, and therefore improve the cost effectiveness, or the competitiveness, I should say, of projects that come out of the Blacks Fork country. That project has been stalled in the salinity control governance program because they questioned whether there was a need to do the study, and this is all what's taken place in the last year. We believe that now, and this is Keenan Hendon, he was mentioned yesterday, working on these projects, that we now have the Salinity Control Forum convinced that yes, it is appropriate to move forward with the study. And so we're hoping that in the next, or this several months, there's a couple of meetings. The decision meeting will be in June, that in fact the forum will approve this Blacks Fork study going forward. So, and with both of those projects then, and you see on the page 2 of the memo, that we have remaining funds of about $290,000 in the grant that we have. And so I think it's going to be appropriate in the near future. Of course, we don't have any applications to consider now, so it'll be another year before we have another round of applications, but I think it's probably appropriate that we consider submitting a new grant request to the Bureau to put additional funds in the Wyoming Basin States program so that we can then proceed with additional construction projects. Another thing that we're doing is another form of projects. So there's 2 different types of projects. One, salinity control projects that deal with irrigation districts and involve publicly owned types of piping. So Eden Valley fits that category. They're an irrigation district. We're going to help them with funding a project. The other form of projects are on-farm projects that generally come through the NRCS program. And so we're opening up some conversations with the NRCS to say, because what they're supposed to do is review applications. If they don't qualify for the NRCS program, then they can be kicked to the Basin States program, and we can actually fund some of those. And that would take the form of moving from flood irrigation to sprinkler irrigation. So there's a more, you put the water on at a rate that the plants utilize. There's not a lot of seepage through the soil, which then picks up the salt and moves it on. So we're going to try to open up those conversations with NRCS and see if we can't get that part of the program moving. So that's the summary for Basin States. Any questions? So, Mr. Chairman, the next one is the Colorado River, Upper Colorado River Basin Memorandum of Agreement. And again, for Kellen's benefit, this is a program also designated for the Colorado River Basin only. These are some funds that are derived from power revenues, and a certain portion is allocated to Wyoming to be used for operation and maintenance projects, principally on federal facilities. So the federal facilities that we have in the basin include the State Line Dam, the Meeks Cabin Dam, Fontenelle Reservoir. Flaming Gorge is considered more of a Utah project because the dam is in Utah, although it is a federal facility. Eden Valley is a federal project, so we can bring MOA project or MOA dollars to use in the Big Sandy project, and Big Sandy Reservoir is a Bureau reservoir. So last year, if you may recall at your June meeting, you approved moving forward 3 projects. They were submitted to the Bureau, and just again to kind of complete the picture, if those projects are approved by the Bureau, they handle the contracting. It is not performed by Water Development. Water Development's only role is to recommend projects to be funded through MOA. So you have a copy of a letter that was received December 28th, 2016, and in this letter, it's written to James Eklund, who is my counterpart in Colorado. It is providing information of all of the applications that were submitted from the 4 basin states, or 3 basin states, actually 4, and what the results were. And so you get to page 2, and they're listing Wyoming. State Line Dam Spillway Rehabilitation was approved. That was a request for $480,000 for the Bridger Valley Conservancy District to make some repairs on a sloughing slope that threatens their spillway. Big Sandy Reservoir improvements were approved, and that is the raising of that dam in the amount of $7,002,000. And then the last project was, well, let me, before we leave Big Sandy, tell you that, and I mentioned this to both ag committees when the construction bill was going through, because the construction bill includes, I'll give you the exact number, an appropriation of $8,400,000 for the Big Sandy project. So that appropriation would be using state dollars to raise that dam. We had chased this other funding source, and now it's been approved. The difference between those two numbers, 7 million and 8.4 million, is a new cost estimate that has come from the Bureau of Reclamation. So they believe it's an $8.4 million project. So here's what I shared with the ag committees, and that is I wanted to continue to pursue the state funding of the project. Because when that request was developed, we did not have any results from the MOA funding. So keep that intact. That appropriation has been made, but we will use MOA money first. It's Bureau of Reclamation money. And in fact, Jason has spoken with the Bureau of Reclamation on the MOA funds. They will certainly amend and increase the budget for Big Sandy using MOA funds. So I believe that we have fully funded through MOA an $8.4 million reservoir enlargement for the Big Sandy Reservoir. And so the state appropriation that's been made will ultimately revert once we have this funding in place, and we're sure that in fact MOA funding will be brought to bear. And the reason that I say that with a question mark is the Bureau has approved a couple of MOA projects, I believe in Colorado, came back and rescinded that approval. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen in this case, but I guess I'll use the state dollars to backstop that if that should happen. But at any rate, that is very good news with regards to Big Sandy. And then the last project, the Flaming Gorge Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention Program, was a request from Game and Fish to supplement their funding in their inspections of boats coming into the state, looking for the aquatic mussels, the quagga mussel and the zebra mussel, that once they get into waters, native or our native waters, they are very prolific, and they grow to the point where they will actually plug up pipes. They will plug up grates. They'll completely cover grates where there's no ability to move water through bars or screens or grates. And so they've got a statewide program, but this request was to look at their stations, funding for personnel for their stations, and providing a couple of temporary facilities to start new monitoring stations in and around Flaming Gorge. So the entries or the truck station, the entry station coming into Wyoming on I-80 near Evanston, they manned that would be funded through this program. That was also approved. That's $1,570,000 over the next 5 years. So we actually did very well with regards to our MOA applications this year. So questions?
When you said they rescinded that, what, for the, what was it, Washington?
No, that was a couple of Colorado projects in the state of Colorado.
Okay.
And I don't have the details of which projects or what it entailed, but they had approved them originally and then came back and had some second thoughts that maybe they don't qualify for the program. So they rescinded the approval, which I thought was rather bad business practice. Once you tell somebody your grant application's been approved, I think that ought to be money you can take to the bank. But they rescinded their approval. So, but I think, you know, we've talked to the Bureau officials that are involved in this MOA program, and they actually helped us with regards to Big Sandy in terms of how we structured the application. So I think we're on firm ground. But again, not having that information last November when you considered the Big Sandy project for the first time, I've just let that money ride, and again, that would be using it.
That's a good place to tie it up anyway.
5 years then. So,
any more questions?
I got a question.
Mr. Glick.
Where's their meeting at? They're gonna have in March?
for the MOA projects, where are you seeing that in that letter?
Paragraph.
Which program?
For those who are not in those discussions, we committed to meet in the near future, tentatively around March 2017.
Okay. And that's, so actually I had a meeting with a Bureau of Reclamation official that was in town last week. He mentioned this briefly. With regards to the Bureau, they have a fairly, I think, robust outreach program to the states in this case and water users. And so there's been some frustration in this program where projects have been submitted. We think they are good projects and should be funded, and they have not been. I mentioned the projects that were rescinded. That's also brought some frustration. And so they had some discussions at their conference in Vegas, and then they're going to continue that into March. And what they're trying to do is refine the criteria of what projects qualify and what don't. So here's an example of that. We have submitted a project to fund the study, which is to riprap the bottom portion of Fontenelle Reservoir. And they have rejected that. And they've rejected that because they view that as new construction. from the state's perspective, we view that is you have a water right for that whole facility, including the bottom portion of the reservoir. And all we're trying to do is make that water right active. And we don't view that as new construction. And they have basically continued to say, no, that's bringing new water that's not available to the system. It's stored in the reservoir, but it was never intended to be used. And so they call it new construction then if we should suddenly rip-rap the bottom. They're trying to clarify all of that with this kind of a new criteria. And that's what that meeting in March will continue those discussions.
Is that true about Fontenelle? In the original design, is that the reason they didn't rip-rap the bottom part of the reservoir or not?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, that is exactly why they didn't. Fontenelle was built to be a large diversion dam. Raise the head of the river and then divert water out of canals on either side. And so in that kind of an operation, you do not need riprap on the bottom portion of the reservoir. And that's the way it was built. The irrigation part of that project now, they tried the experimental farm, in the 1960s, 70s, have declared irrigation not to be feasible. So we have a great reservoir, no riprap on the bottom 80,000 acre feet of space. And that's why Wyoming is interested now in making that space usable, especially from a drought mitigation standpoint, that there's 80,000 acre feet of water that could be used in Wyoming in a very severe drought. Now, of course, you heard Pat Terrell yesterday. What did he say? With the runoff that's anticipated, we'll be able to fill Fontenelle, 8 or 10 times over. So, I mean, but
We've already got it down to 50%, I think, or something.
It's fill and spill, so.
Still,
If we can
compared
relate
to Flaming Gorge, I think Fontenelle's 10 times smaller, isn't it? Or vice versa. I mean,
No, you're right. First one, yeah, Fontenelle is about 10 times smaller than Flaming Gorge.
yeah.
More questions? Okay, thanks, Harry.
So, Mr. Chairman, next item under XYZ are 3 mortgage releases. So talked about a loan earlier where we require some collateral. And then as those loans are paid off, then we have a mortgage that's recorded at the local courthouse. Then there's a need to release that. Normally, what we do with these mortgage releases is that we sign them, the office signs them, sends them off to the sponsor, and then they record those documents to release the mortgage. There's we have 2 from the Shoshone Pipeline Authority that I felt were appropriate to bring to you, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So, but the first one then is Alpine. Normally I would have signed that, but since we're bringing the Shoshone releases to you, we just included the Alpine. So to give you the details here, this is to the town of Alpine. The original loan was $231,000. And they have now provided the last payment on that note. So it's appropriate that we record the release. So the next 2 involve the Shoshone Municipal Water Joint Powers Board. They borrowed a significant sum of money, and they are actually refinancing this debt. So the first loan was $15,775,000, and it was from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, so not Water Development Commission money. And it was used to build the water treatment plant that supports that regional system. Okay. The second loan was originally $9,842,000 and some change. And that one was used to build the pipeline or transmission line for that project. So that was funded by Water Development. So they are refinancing both of those loans, and in fact have made those payments. So on the Permanent Mineral Trust, there was a $12,600,000 loan that goes back to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. The Water Development loan goes back to Water Development 1 in the amount of $7,490,000 and some change. And the reason I'm bringing those to you is because those loans were executed by the commission. And because they're being refinanced and there are bond attorneys involved, I thought it proper to have a very consistent, I guess, chain, I'll call it a chain of responsibility, that the loan was issued by the commission, the mortgage release is going to be hopefully approved by the commission, and then for the attorneys checking that, then everything is proper. So that's why you see those. But like I say, normally for these smaller loans, the office would execute the mortgage release and send it on. Any questions?
Chairman,
Commissioner Buttow.
I would move that the commission approve the mortgage release for the two Wind River Indian Reservation loans.
Okay.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Budfallon and seconded by Commissioner Evans that we release the mortgages for these two loans. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passed.
Chairman, by that motion, I'm taking you're comfortable with the office executing the release on the Alpine one?
Mr. Chairman? Yes, if that's normal practice, is just have the office release it, and I'm fully comfortable with that.
Next.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, the next item deals with in-stream flows under the second tab A. And we have applications for 3 new permits for water rights. This is up in Sunlight Basin, the Clarks Fork country. You see the map that shows the location, Muddy Creek, Crandall Creek, and Dead Indian Creek. And again, for Kellen, and Kellen and I had lunch yesterday to kind of give him some orientation, but we didn't have near enough time to talk about all of these issues. So
Have good lunch. So.
But at any rate, so kind of maybe start back, I guess, kind of the state's in-stream flow water rights envisions 3 agencies involved in creating an in-stream flow water right in this state. So the first agency is the Game and Fish Commission. They are the ones that determine which streams within the state it is appropriate to have an in-stream flow water right. And the commission approves those. They then bring that information to the Water Development Commission. And the Water Development Commission role is to then file the applications on behalf of the Water Development Commission, because any water rights that are issued for in-stream flow are vested with the Water Development Office. We hold those water rights, not the Game and Fish. So our role is twofold. We submit the applications and hold those water rights, and then we provide the feasibility study for any in-stream flows that are proposed. So Dave Meyer talked about the closeout of the feasibility study for hydrologic analysis for those other segments. We will follow that up with here. So in the past, the office has filed these applications on behalf of the commission. And then the third part, or the third agency involved, is then the state engineer's office. And they then take the information provided by Game and Fish. They take the hydrologic analyses. They take the applications, and they ultimately hold a public hearing. And if the state engineer feels or deems that it is appropriate, then he will issue those permits creating the in-stream flow. And again, those permits are held by the Water Development Office. So with regards to the agency processes that were approved last October, when I went back and read those, it shows that the filing of these applications, statutorily, it says the commission, but our agency process has both the commission and the office as filing these applications. So these are the first that have come through since the approval of those agency processes. So I'm presenting them to you for approval to sign the applications, and then we will file those with the state engineer's office. So that's the action I'm looking for, is to approve submittal of the 3 in-stream flow applications.
Questions?
Need a motion?
Yep.
I'd move.
Okay. Is that you, Kellen? Or Nick? Okay. Moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Bettis, that we give Harry the authority to file for in-stream flow water rights. Any discussion on the motion?
One quick question. Refresh me on the statute. Ours, it says that, does it say that we do the studies, or we do the studies and hold the permit?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, the statute says that we do both. Okay, we will hold the permits, but we are, so let me back up. Game and Fish does their biological studies to say, okay, we think there ought to be this much water in the stream to support the fishery. But I can tell you the state engineer relies very heavily on, and this is what the statute talks about, is for direct flow, in-stream flow water rights, are there any unappropriated waters in these streams? And that's what our hydrologic analysis gets to that question. Because if it's fully appropriated, then the state engineer may decide to deny the applications. But so our study, it's called a feasibility study, is looking at, is there unappropriated water in these stream segments? So that's our study part. But ultimately, if there's a permit issue, we will hold that permit. We being water development.
Questions, discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passed.
So, Mr. Chairman, under discussion, and Barry reminded me, I mentioned it yesterday, we have a feasibility study for Lake DeSmet that has been funded by the legislature.
Yeah.
And so we talked about that the legislature, in fact, killed the one bill that would have authorized me to negotiate. The Select Water Committee was who added that feasibility study in, because the commission said move forward with negotiations, not a study. Select Water added the study in addition to that, and then they killed the negotiations piece. So my recommendation to you is to table moving forward on that study until there's some clarification with the governor's office as to whether he wants to move forward with that study or the negotiation. That would take a motion.
I'll make that motion. We table the study until we hear otherwise from Harry.
Good, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Bettis, seconded by Commissioner Wagner, that we table the Lake DeSmet Level 2 study. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, the other thing is our future meeting schedule under the second tab B. The next time frame, May 2nd through the 4th, will be consultant selection interviews. The 5th, you meet to ultimately approve those recommendations. So please hold that time frame open. And then Barry and Jody and crew will be working with you, because once those, we send out the request for proposals for all of the projects on Monday. And then at the end of March 31st, those proposals are due back. And then you all serve on the selection committee. So you'll be getting
probably more proposals than we want to see with regards to the project, and then that starts that collection process, which
Culminates in interviews during that first week in May. So, and Kellen, we'll get with you so you fully understand that process. But that's really all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
About discussion of the summer tour. We need
Oh,
to talk
yeah,
about
that was your homework assignment.
Yeah. Summer tour.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to go to Green River and then, or you could go to Rock Springs. I don't care. I like going to Green River because I've always had all my ag meetings in Green River and they treat you like they really appreciate somebody coming to meet in Green River, and that's only 12 miles difference. Then we can decide where you want to, if you want to go up and look at Big Sandy or look at Bitter Creek, which is
Fontanelle, I think, yeah.
Quite a ways down to that Meeks cabin though, isn't it, from there? Or is it?
You're going to be 2 hours probably to get to Meeks Cabin.
But I think you could do Big Sandy and maybe Fontanelle and then take a quick look at Bitter Creek and we know what we're looking at there. That's just my suggestion.
I would concur with that suggestion because that's
Sounds good to me.
Representative Blake has been asking us every year to go.
Tell Katie to
We'll
put
see
the
where
strong
Katie
arm
can
on it.
get reservations, because that's when the big eclipse is gonna take place.
It will be a couple days after that. Hopefully the eclipsers have left town.
Oh, the eclipse.
I think Green River is probably outside the band of a full eclipse, but certainly it will be a significant eclipse.
We might better call and see if they have something.
Yeah.
Either that or bring our sleeping bags.
It's-
This is far enough ahead. I think we'd be in pretty good shape to get some reservations.
That sounds good.
Going once, going twice. No, I think if that's the
Consensus, can't we?
consensus, then we'll move forward with that Green River trip.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
that's it.
Good job.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Wait, Katie is,
Oh, Katie.
Chairman,
Yes.
housekeeping, I need a little bit of travel stuff from, I just need Karen and Commissioner Evans to sign a sheet, also from Commissioner Glick and Bettis, and then the secretary and the chairman have some work to do, so.
I free. Okay.
And I do need Commissioner Lancaster's paperwork for Andy upstairs.
Okay, is that it? I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed, same side. Motion passed, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.